This is Paranormal M, your destination for eerie stories and thrilling mysteries. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for weekly chills. Dare to explore the unexplained with us. A friend visited me in a dream after my wedding, where he was supposed to be a groomsman. One of my best friends died of a drug overdose in 2020. He would have been a groomsman at my wedding in September 2024. But I decided to leave his spot open. I don't believe anybody could ever truly replace him. I even had a set of groomsmen presents set aside to give to his dad when his wedding was over. During the planning for my wedding, a strange thing happened where the veterinarian's office I recently switched to turned out to be the one his parents used when he was a kid. My fiance, now wife, has a cat. Has the same name as his childhood dog. After we switched to this vet's office, my friend's dad started getting emails and automated text messages about his family dog that had passed away almost 10 years prior. When he went to the office to figure out what had happened, the vet's office didn't have an explanation as to why he got the notifications. They said, "It's an automated system. There's no reason why you would have started receiving these when they were supposed to go to this person." This is when he figured out that I had recently started using this vet, and that my wife has a cat with the same name as his deceased dog. He was immediately convinced that my friend was messing with the vet's computers trying to reach me. His dad called me and asked if I had any major life events happening. I filled him in on my fiance and, I getting married soon. He broke down crying and said, "I think Nolan is pissed he can't be at your wedding." I struggled mentally throughout the wedding planning process because of how much I missed my friend and wished he could be with us. A few weeks after the wedding, around my birthday in November, I had a vivid dream. A dream that I was helpful to a mutual friend of Nolan, and I moved from one house to another. When I exited the house to load up another car with boxes, Nolan was standing at the car holding the package that was his groomsman's present. He held it up, smiled at me, and turned to walk away. I tried to run after him in my dream, but I couldn't run, as if my feet were glued to the ground. He walked off into the distance, and when I couldn't see him anymore, I woke up already crying. I'm convinced my friend visited me in my dream to thank me for saving his spot on my groomsmen's party. Why would someone haunt a Dunkin' Donuts? A little bit of backstory. I worked at Dunk's. It was a relatively new building. It was in the middle of a plaza parking lot, definitely not spooky surroundings. But I kid you not, this place was most certainly haunted. Here's a few experiences. My coworkers would tell me it was haunted, but I would laugh it off. And I'm a huge believer in the paranormal, but come on, Dunkin' Donuts. Then came my first experience. We were closed and finishing dishes in the back, and all of a sudden a loud banging on the back door and the doorknob started rattling. I assumed it was somebody asking to throw away the donuts, which does actually happen quite a bit. But no one was there. Being in the middle of the parking lot, we would have been able to see someone if they were, banging on the door then left. Another time, I was in the back by myself. I was cleaning up. That's when I heard clear as day, "Hey, Rissa." And nobody calls me Rissa except my dad. Everyone at work calls me by my full name. Another time in the back room again. Myself and my coworker heard another coworker talking. Only problem is she wasn't there at the time. We were both able to identify her voice right away. Sounded just like her. customer right in her ear. She heard her grandmother talking. She had to leave because she was so beside herself. Now on to the weirdest and most unexplainable experience. A coworker and I are in the back room. We're cleaning as usual. We had locked up the front and I just finished cleaning the dining area. And that includes putting the chairs upside down on the table. As we're cleaning, we hear the ding of the door, signaling that somebody has come in, and knowing we locked the doors, my coworker and I both looked at each other pretty freaked out. I go around the corner and look, and of course there's no one. The doors are freaking locked. No one could get in. So I go back into the back room and we try to finish up quickly. Then all of a sudden there's a loud crash. One of the chairs had fallen off the table. Freaked out, I went and took all the chairs down. And I'll be damned if another one falls. At this point, we're flying through like nightly chores, and then we hear the distinct sound of a chair being pulled out. I look again, and the same chair was pulled away from the table. Well, my coworker and I decided, fuck that. We had to leave. We left everything and locked up. So in conclusion, who the hell would haunt a dunks, and why? I don't see why not. Eight-foot praying mantis. When I reflect on my childhood, I have a reoccurring memory that always baffles me. I remember one day I was about 5 or 6. I was at home alone with my mom while she napped. I don't have an exact memory, but I recall sitting on the couch in our living room and looking up, and in front of me was a massive praying mantis-like creature. It was so massive that it filled the entire room. I'm talking like 8 feet tall. I don't really recall it moving much, if at all. I went into freeze mode. Felt like I shouldn't make eye contact. I felt like I couldn't move and was paralyzed by fear. I sat there trying to be as still as possible for a couple of minutes. I knew distinctly that this was not a dream. My childhood brain could only process it as being an extremely large bug. But I felt incredibly confused by how large it was. I remember kind of just thinking it wasn't something particularly strange, or must have been something I just hadn't learned the existence of yet. However, I knew I was scared. Eventually, I mustered up the courage to run upstairs and ask my mom for help. I woke my mom up and told her there was a massive praying mantis. She, of course, just thought it must have been a normal-sized bug. She comes downstairs and it's gone. I remember being too stunned by its disappearance and almost embarrassed to tell her what I had actually seen and, well, how strange it was. I remember feeling very confused and trying to understand how my imagination could have possibly generated something that felt so real. Later in life, I had a friend. Let's call her Eve. Eve did mushrooms with a bunch of friends. She had a difficult experience with how some of her friends responded to the substance. Eve was essentially supposed to be their guide, and Eve couldn't figure out how to assist the others. It was as if the others had forgotten how to breathe. Eve said she was suddenly greeted by praying mantis, who were somehow giving her advice on how to help the situation. The advice resulted in Eve being able to resolve the situation. Anyone have any feedback or theories on this? I've always been very confused by it all. I would like to seek counsel with this praying mantis. How about you guys? My house feels very haunted, and I may have discovered why. That, or sure I'm overthinking nothing I don't know. My house is over 100 years old. It was built in 1902, and it's creepy as fuck. There's crawl spaces that go under the yard and driveway that are boarded shut, and just tons of things that make no sense. The place literally drove my roommate mad to the point of smashing walls trying to find where the quiet, disembodied voices were coming from. Now, I know that makes him sound like a schizophrenic, but we've all heard them. It's not just him. I just heard these voices basically anywhere else I've lived. Or haven't heard them anywhere else I've lived. I once, clear as day, while I was upstairs, heard a man cough 3 times. It was clear as day, like I said, from the basement. I locked myself in that room with a shotgun and waited till my roommate could come and make sure no one was in the house. My dog barks and growls at nothing. Something she never did before moving here. There was one night I kept hearing rhythmic tapping on my window, and every time I turned on the lights it would stop. Went on for hours, and eventually kept going even with the lights on. There was nothing outside that window at all. My friend even showed up while the tapping was going on to look in the yard and couldn't see anything at all, but as soon as he left his truck, it stopped for the final time. There's more examples, but basically creepy-ass old house. So I'm renovating a room in the basement right now. And after tearing out the old carpet, I noticed the concrete floor is painted red. Same with the living room, which is connected to that room. But only half of it. The rest of the basement is regular concrete. On the other side of the basement, there's also a bedroom that's painted red. Only 2 places that are red in the entire house. While cleaning, I noticed some darker red parts in the indents. That's where the concrete was worn. So I poured peroxide on it. The entire area fizzed up immediately. Half that room is already covered with tile, but a large portion of the other half bubbled. I'm wondering if someone may have been killed in the basement. Seems like all the activities involving the basement. The coughing was down there, the tapping was down there, and the voices are always down there. I passed out when I had a close encounter with the female spirit, and had an encounter with the spirit animal sometime afterwards. Background. Before I was born, my mother moved around a lot. She settled down in the city for a decade, decided to move closer to her family later on in life. This was due to her grandmother's illness getting worse, so she moved into a house which was 30 minutes away. Female spirit. I've lived in that house all my life. It was the house where I had both of these paranormal encounters. When I was 4, or maybe 5, I remember it being a Saturday afternoon. I woke up from a nap and no one was in the house. Just my mother that was asleep in her bedroom. I went down the hall stairs and went toward the kitchen door. As I was opening the door, I saw something move at the corner of my eye. I turned and looked, and what I saw had me stunned for the rest of the experience. I saw a 6-foot or 7-foot woman appearing from the wall next to me. She was towering over me in height, and again I was 4 or 5 years old when this happened to me. The woman looked faded, but I remember seeing some color on her. She was a pale-skinned woman, long brunette hair that wore a long white dress. I don't remember if it was a wedding dress, but I do remember her having some sort of white crown around her hair. Regardless, when she saw me, she couldn't stop staring at me. Her eyes were fixated on me for the entire encounter. We were standing next to each other, staring at one another, and neither of us weren't moving. The whole experience Then she began to move closer to me. She began to kneel toward my face. Her face moved in toward mine. I then remember passing out on the spot. When I woke up next to the kitchen door, my whole family were around me trying to get me up. They asked what happened to me, but I avoided telling them at the time. I remember going to the kitchen and seeing that it was now the evening instead of the afternoon. I was passed out for 2 or 3 hours. And this happened to me over 20 years ago, and I've never forgotten this experience. Spirit animal. It was 3 or 4 years after the previous event. I was 7, turning 8 soon, and it was a school night. After finishing my homework and hanging out with some local children, I was at home watching Stargate SG-1 on Sky 1. I needed to go into one of the rooms upstairs to get something, so I decided to do it during the ad break. Went up the hall stairs, and when I walked past one of the rooms, I saw a spirit animal walk down alongside my mother's bed. The animal appeared to be a dog, a Jack Russell Terrier to be exact. I again was frozen on the spot, but this time I didn't feel scared. I was watching the dog walk around the room until the dog began walking toward the corner hall. When the dog was going this direction, the spirit turned its head to the side and began watching me. Me and the dog were watching each other for what felt like 5 minutes. Then the spirit moved its head back toward the wall and walked that direction while disappearing. I thought at the time I was dreaming. That was until I went back downstairs and saw the ad break for Stargate SG-1 had been over for some time. End. I never told my family these stories until my mother one day spoke about the people who lived in the house before us. She met them before moving in and said a lovely woman in her 80s lived here with her Jack Russell dog. Hearing this had led me to believe that the spirits I've seen, perhaps, were of those who lived in this house before us. Seeing the female spirit could have been the woman at a younger stage or not her at all. The spirit animal and the woman's dog were the exact same breed of creature. Creature? That seems like a harsh word for dog. The old man with an oxygen tank. Between the ages of 6 and 13, I experienced something paranormal every night. The first year in my family's new home, age 6, I only felt incredibly uneasy. I was very scared to sleep alone. My little brother didn't feel it. My parents just thought I needed to get used to the house. I slept on their floor for over a year. They forced me to start sleeping in my own room. That's when I started hearing noises coming from the basement. Every night I would hear a metal clang, and then a step thud, like someone was walking up the stairs and dragging something. It would stop at the top of the stairs. And again, I was the only one hearing these things at night. It happened every single night for 5 years. The last year we lived in the house, things really escalated. I began noticing items from my room ending up in the basement. My brother's toys would go completely vanished. Our pets refused to go into the basement. And I had a big slumber party for my 12th birthday. And an older girl suggested that we tell scary stories in the basement. I didn't like the idea, but I didn't want to be lame. As she finished her story, a rush of cold air went through me. As it passed, I heard a faint whisper say my name. Another time while babysitting, I was babysitting my brother. He yelped in pain and said I scratched him. I was on the opposite side of the couch with all our animals outside. It wasn't a gash, but there was a red scratch that broke the skin. He stormed off to his room first night I heard the usual metal clang and footsteps up the stairs, but this time they didn't stop. I heard the footsteps come down the hall along with the sound of something dragging. There was also a faint sound of heavy but slow breathing. It got closer, and finally I saw the spirit for the first time. It was extremely vivid. He was very tall and sick-looking. He was an old man. He had an oxygen mask over his mouth and nose. He was dragging an oxygen tank. He was in dirty PJs. I remember thinking his fingers looked abnormally long. I couldn't move, and all I could do was stare. He stared back and cocked his head. After what felt like a lifetime, he turned and went back to the basement. The next morning, I told my family what happened and just kind of shoved off as a nightmare. I wasn't asleep alone that night, so I slept in my brother's room. And again, late at night, I heard all those noises again. The only thing different this time was when he entered my brother's doorway. He tried to come in but couldn't. He seemed to become agitated and started wheezing. Again, I was frozen with fear. He tried to speak, and in slow, deep breaths he gasped out, "Don't leave me." When he said me, it was like a deep, loud growl. It felt like a boom, and I just screamed and screamed until my mom came in the room. We left in the middle of the night and got a hotel room. I haven't been back to that house in years. I no longer have connections to that town. I live in a different state, and I'm now 25. A few nights ago, I heard his breathing again, and when I woke up, I swear I saw a glimpse of his oxygen tank leaving my room. Has anyone had a childhood ghost reappear after leaving, or had something similar happen? Yes, I have. But I tell those things elsewhere. Potential paranormal activity. For context, I live in a home that is roughly 130 years old. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when it was constructed, since such records do not exist. But it is one of the oldest buildings within my town, and its 130-year history served many different roles, such as a police station, a dentist office, as well as hosting many different residents. As for previously recorded paranormal events within the home, I'm not aware of any that have occurred. I did not have contact with the previous tenants, and from town folklore, there are no reports of hauntings occurring within the home. But regardless of lack of previous evidence, or perhaps more aptly put, lack of recorded evidence, let me share what I've experienced within the nearly 2 decades I've spent in my home. The first event that occurred was what I considered to be sleep paralysis. This occurred for about the first 7 years, almost every single night. And as I lay paralyzed on my bed, dark shadow figures appeared with horribly disfigured forms. Their body less human, more akin to that of trees with sprawling branches. Though I was not afraid seeing such things, I felt a strange sort of peace, almost as though they were guardians. But there was one that would appear that I did fear. A dark shadow figure, human in form, with no discernible features outside of the dark human silhouette. Now, this could just be run-of-the-mill sleep paralysis, but nonetheless, I wanted to share for the sake of context. Jumping ahead a few years, I began to hear knocking, some coming from inside the walls, and some, much like the experience I'm about to share with you, occurred outside the walls. As I walked down the hallway toward one of the bathrooms, which is the same hallway that used to lead to my previous bedroom, the one where shadow figures appeared a few years prior, I felt sort of negative energy, but I brushed it off. Entering the bathroom and shutting the door, I then heard a rapid succession of knocks coming down from one end of the hallway. They were at first quiet. Then they grew louder as they approached the bathroom door. Upon the knock that reached the door shook violently with a deafening sound. The knocks continued until they reached the end of the hallway, at which point they fell silent, and I've yet to experience a similar event. Now, to the past few weeks, I've noticed small things, odd occurrences with no seemingly negative intention behind them, and in fact, they've actually been helpful. One example that stands out to me was when I was getting ready for a busy day, and every cabinet I went to opened by itself. Sometimes, before I even raised my hand to indicate which cabinet I wanted, they just swung open. Again, this house is 130 years old, so I'm still skeptical. Nonetheless, it is peculiar. I've always jokingly said that if there are ghosts within my home, they are perhaps the most boring ghosts I've ever witnessed. Other than the events I've stated, I recall nothing else. Thank you for... and I'm looking forward to hearing what y'all have to say. Ask Reddit. Many people believe strongly to paranormal, especially people from small village. Every time there's a big celebration, they offer something like food to the sea. If you want to kill someone, you don't need to go to mercenary or hitman. Just go to paranormal. Bring the picture of your target. In a few days, the target will die, and their death is horrible. You can found a nail or Gillette in their stomach, or they suddenly have a scar in their body, or the paranormal can send one of their quote-unquote pet to the target, and the target can die just from seeing them. We have any kind of ghost here. Ghost wrapped with white cloth, female ghost that have long hair and with a hole in her stomach. If her laugh is loud, she is far away from you. If her laugh is faint, she is near you. A big black man that normally sitting in the tree. Bald boys that only wear underwear. People, quote-unquote, use these boys to steal money, and they pay with their blood. And there are some illness that can only be cured by paranormal. When someone feels sick or pale and they go to a doctor, the medical checkup says everything's fine, but you can see that the person is in pain. Normally, something like this is caused by another paranormal. Too many mystic things in Indonesia. Can't list anything here, and you can ask for more something specific. A door with the sheiks. This morning I was watching a YouTube video. It reminded me of something that happened about a decade ago. I've been meaning to share for quite a while now, so here we go. And I swear this story is 100% true. And my mom, who was there with me, can back me up. It was around 2015. My girlfriend, now my wife, and I were living in an old apartment building. It was 12 stories tall. We were up on the 10th floor. One of our close friends had just moved into an apartment on the 2nd floor. So we spent the day helping her move in. My wife, my mom, who was always down to help someone move, and I were running up and down between the U-Haul, the 2nd floor, and our apartment. Since we were in and out constantly, we didn't bother locking any of the doors. This is going to be important later. At one point, my mom and I went down to the U-Haul for another load of boxes. We carried them back up to our friend's apartment on the 2nd floor, same as we've done a bunch of times already. But when we got there, something. And any minute now, she'd open the door and make a joke about dropping the kids off at the pool. Then, out of nowhere, the doorknob started shaking violently. It wasn't just a little jiggle. It was like someone on the other side was frantically trying to lock or unlock the door. The whole thing rattled back and forth, shaking the entire door. At first, I thought maybe she'd been changing or something and panicked when she heard us outside. The weird thing is there's no sound, no footsteps, no voice, nothing. Just the doorknob going crazy for about 10 to 15 seconds. It was enough time for us to stand there and watch the doorknob twisting and turning as the door pushed back and forth. My mom and I just looked at each other like, what the hell? Finally, we left the boxes outside the door and headed back up to the 10th floor. I'd left my phone and my mom didn't have her friend's number. So when we walked into the apartment, I called out to my wife, asking her to call our friend and let her know that we'd been standing at our locked door with boxes. But as I came into the kitchen, I froze. There, standing casually, were my wife and her friend talking and having drinks. I just stood there dumbfounded. My mom came in behind me and froze too. They noticed and asked what was wrong. I looked at her friend and said, "Who's in your apartment? We've been knocking at your locked door for 10 minutes and somebody just locked the door and never answered." She looked at me like I was crazy. She said that she hadn't been into her apartment for, well, at least the last 20 minutes. She swore she hadn't locked the door all day, and there should be no one besides us in her apartment. At that point, I was freaked out. I went back down to her apartment to check. When we got there, the door was unlocked and the place was empty. The only sign we'd ever been there were the boxes still sitting outside her door. To this day, my mom and I can't explain what happened. There was no noise inside the apartment and no movement. No voice, no nothing. If we'd been at the wrong door, you'd think somebody would have at least yelled at us to leave. But we were, like, right at the door, with the boxes still there to prove it. The only semi-logical explanation I can come up with is maybe a maintenance guy was in there, locked the door behind him and panicked when we knocked. But even that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you just open the door and explain? Why stay silent and leave as soon as we walked away? And the silence behind the door was so unnatural for someone being just on the other side of it. The good news is our friend lived in that apartment for over 2 years. They never reported anything strange. But whenever I bring it up, my mom and I both remember it vividly. Her and my wife still try to find some kind of logical explanation, but I'm convinced that place was haunted. Ghost of House 404. I've always been a skeptic about ghosts, but my family has a chilling story that centers around me. Despite the events, I remain doubtful. It's because I was only 6 years old at the time, and I remember very little. What follows is the story of House 404, as told by my family, and faint fragments of my memory. It started when my family moved into a new home. That was after my mom and stepdad got together. During the showing, the realtor mentioned that the roses taped to the walls shouldn't be removed. Even as a kid, I found that odd. Naturally, my stepdad took them down right after we moved in. Who would want roses taped to their walls? Me a little bit. Strange things began happening soon after. One day I came home alone after school. I sat on the couch and put on Snow Buddies, my favorite movie. Though I hadn't noticed anything unusual before, I suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if I wasn't alone. Then I heard pacing upstairs in my brother's room. the only room on the top floor. However, the moment my brother got home, the noises stopped. This wasn't an isolated incident. My aunt, who stayed in the basement with my uncle, often heard footsteps upstairs when no one was home. She, too, was a skeptic like me, but would often frantically call my mom to tell her about the walking that she could hear. That was when everyone was away. She and my uncle moved out quickly. Our dog, Bear, a large Australian Shepherd mix, started acting strange too. He refused to go upstairs, barked at the bottom of the stairs, and often growled while staring at my brother's bedroom door. That's where the pacing was heard. He would always sleep outside my door at night. One day, my brother's friend and his brother had come over to play hide and seek. I was in the basement. I hid behind the washer while the other two chose spots under the futon and behind the TV speaker. My brother found his best friend pale and trembling under the futon. When we asked him what happened after the game was done, he claimed he'd seen footprints on the carpet and claimed he heard a woman whispering into his ear. When they found me, the boys spotted writing in what looked like red chalk or paint on the concrete wall near the hiding spot. It read something like, "These roses shall not be removed. They keep her spirit at bay. I say goodbye, for I'll kill myself today." After that, my brother's friend swore he'd never come back to the house. Don't blame him. And at this point, 4 people now never wanted to come back. My aunt and uncle, and now my brother's friend and his brother. A few nights later, as I slept, my stepdad's cousin, sitting in the living room, which had a straight view into my room, noticed something moving in my room. It had a glass door because it's supposed to be an office. He alerted my parents, and they all watched as my blanket was lifted off my bed. Not once, but 3 times. That was before it was yanked to the floor. Moments later, I was thrown from my bed across the room. I remember waking up crying, lying near my dresser, and my stepdad rushing in to comfort me, putting me back to bed. He claimed he didn't sleep for witnessing that. He said he would sit on the couch just watching my room, just as the dog would do from outside my door. We moved out only about a week after. Years later, I researched the house's history, curious to see if any listings said anything about the encounters that we had. We learned of a murder-suicide. A man had killed his wife days after their wedding before hanging himself in my brother's room. Her body was found in a sealed crawl space in the closet of my brother's room. That's where we would sometimes hear that scratching. The roses taped to the walls, well, they were from their wedding, seemed to hold her spirit at bay from what the man wrote on the wall. Removing them unleashed her. We say she targeted me because she had been pregnant at the time of her death, couldn't have the child that she longed for. So she got mad that I was a child living in the house her child should have been living in. As someone who is a skeptic, I genuinely see how this story may sound fabricated, and I personally believe I kicked my blanket off and maybe rolled out of the bed. The footsteps I heard could have been shifting foundation in the house, and the dog growling may have been the dog knowing about an animal that was in the crawl space. That explains the scratching. That was my dog being attacked by a centipede. He's okay now, but let me finish the story. The note could have been written by a delusional man that murdered his wife and believed she was haunting him. And the footprints and whisper could have been my brother's friend messing around. But I thought I'd share a story that my stepdad to this day hates bringing up. It's one of the few things that had actually scared him. And I think it's because this entity targeted me. To see what you all think, really. Is it a ghost or just some tricks of the mind? thought I would share my experiences with you guys, and strange things have been happening in my house ever since I was little. I don't really have an explanation for them, but I hope someone else could. For some context into the house itself, it was built in 1992. My parents moved into it in 1994. Ever since then, my family's been living in it. The house is modern and up to date. Nothing is abnormally old. Not even the basement. I've always been inclined to believe in the supernatural or paranormal, and in part, I'm sure it's because as a kid I loved watching shows like Scooby-Doo or reading Goosebumps books. But all the same, I think it's based on what I experienced at that age. I used to be deathly afraid of my basement when I was younger. And even though, I'm a lot older, between 17 and 23, so I just don't want to say my exact age, it still makes me feel uneasy when I'm down there alone. My basement contains a crawl space, which is probably the creepiest part of the house. When I was around 8, I remember sitting down in the basement watching TV. And from where the TV is located, the crawl space door is directly to the right if someone's facing the TV. While the TV was going, I heard the doorknob to the crawl space turn. I looked over to see the door slowly swing open. I was horrified, but to leave the basement, I had to run past the crawl space to get up to the stairs to the family room. I dashed past them. I ran upstairs, refusing to go back to the basement for several days. I also recall when I was around the age of 8, and even younger, I would see shadows, commonly in places around the house, such as lingering at the bottom of the basement stairs when I looked down them. Or one time, I looked into the mirror in my bathroom, and I saw one reflected in it walking to my parents' room, appearing to be carrying something. The shadows were blink and miss it type things. I'd see them out of the corner of my eye and just see them in general, only to blink and then they'd be gone. In every instance I saw one, every member of the household, my 2 parents and 1 sister, would be somewhere else, whether it be at work or the opposite end of the house. Voices calling my name could also sometimes be heard, although that phenomenon stopped around when I was 10. I've never been able to explain these past instances. I can't explain the ones that have been happening these past few years either. Things like doors slamming, only for them to never have moved. Footsteps outside my room late at night when no one is awake. And loud bangs that sound like falling objects, only for nothing to have fallen or common. Although the frequency of strange occurrences have slowed down, they're still going to this day. And in fact, last night, at the time of posting this, February 18th where I live, I could hear strange noises outside my room at 4 in the morning. There are plenty of little odd things that have happened, but I'll go into detail about the 3 most intriguing and unexplainable in my opinion. In June of 2021, I woke up at 3 on the dot one morning, and I was hearing knocking behind my bed. The way my bed was positioned had the headboard flush with the wall, with not even enough space to put a hand through comfortably, and the rest of the bed was open to the room. When I woke up, I was still incredibly sleepy, and figured that the knocking was just the house creaking, or maybe it was just my imagination. But as I tried to fall back asleep, the knocking didn't stop. It sounded like it was coming from behind the headboard, not from the wall. I began to wake up more, annoyed by the knocking, which after 10 minutes was still going. It was starting to make me anxious, so I tried focusing my thoughts on one subject I enjoyed, such as music. Whenever I focused my thoughts, and I mean really focused to the point where anything else was tuned out, the knocking would stop. As soon as my thoughts stopped focusing, it would continue. Another 10 minutes passed and I got fed up. The knocking was still going and was turning into almost a scratchy knock, feel pretty confident that it was a real noise and not my imagination. At around 3:40, the knocking stopped. I was finally able to fall back asleep. That morning, I told some of my friends what had happened. They weren't sure what to make of it. I'm confident that they didn't believe me, but to be fair, I still don't believe what happened myself. I don't blame them. After finding no explanations from my friends, I returned to my room to do some investigating myself. I went over to the headboard of the left side where the tapping had been. I looked for anything that could have caused the noise and found nothing. Got onto the bed and tried to shake it a little by rolling around, see if my own movements had caused the noise, despite me being still and the noise still going. This also turned out not to be the cause of the knocking. I walked over to the left side of my bed again, tapped the headboard. At that moment, I heard a loud smack from the bottom of the bed and a whooshing type noise. Since then, I've never heard anything similar again in my room, thankfully. For whatever reason, there was a period of time before this incident, probably around a month ago, or rather a month long. It's where I would wake up at exactly 3 in the morning and just before it. Since the whoosh sound, I've rarely woken up at 3 aside from a few times. The next notable strange experience was in early October 2021. There was a white cabinet that we were getting rid of that we had put in our garage while we figured out what to do with it. My dad was inside the house talking with my mom. Was waiting in the garage to carry the cabinet out with him. While I was waiting, I was sorting some recycling. That's when a knocking noise started up again, similar to the last one from June. Just like the last one, it was also continuous, but this time was harder to determine where it was coming from. I took my phone out and I tried to record the noise. It was too quiet for my phone camera to pick up. Instead, the camera, or I guess the mic, was picking up the noise of my neighbors talking from outside the garage. Once I put my phone away, the knocking stopped, or at least about 20 seconds, and started up again. When I tried to record the noise, it almost sounded like it was coming from the floor. But when it started up again, it was louder and sounded like it was coming from inside the cabinet we were going to move out. I hesitantly walked over to the cabinet and yanked open the doors. The knocking immediately stopped. Nothing was there. Some objects were on the floor of the cabinet. We were getting rid of them too, but they hadn't moved and hadn't fallen. I couldn't have fallen anyway since they were already laying on the floor. Confused, I closed the door and just dealt with the recycling, hoping not to hear the knocking again. I took the recycling bins outside and put them at the end of the driveway. When I finished with the last bin, I walked back to the garage only to hear the knocking inside picking up again. The neighbors who were out, well before we'd all gone inside their house, so I know the knocking wasn't them. I ran into the garage and the knocking continued another 30 seconds before it stopped again when my dad came out. I've never heard knocking in the garage again. The last thing that recently happened took place in late January this year. My sister and I were downstairs in the basement, watching TV when, once again, the crawl-space door swung open despite the fact that it was completely closed. The only way to open this door is for somebody to move the handle if it's closed all the way. I looked over to my sister. I asked if she saw that, but she replied that yes, she did. My sister doesn't seem to be one to believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but she's had experiences similar to mine. Most of them seem to go unshared, but I suppose more than anything it just means I'm not crazy and not just seeing or hearing things. Most of the oddities in my house I can explain away, but others I can't. I do believe in ghosts, but I'm also a very skeptical person. If anyone can explain these things, I'd greatly appreciate it. I'm nervous about whether or not my house is haunted, and if so, why? Well, that actually boyfriend at the time, who was 19 years old. And for privacy issues, let's just call him Six. And, well, because his name, number, and numerology ends up being, you guessed it, 6. So, a little background. Like most 16-year-olds, I wasn't living with my mom. My dad was never in the picture. No, by the time I was 16, I was living with my boyfriend, Six, his younger brother, who was my age, and his girlfriend, their mom, and mom's boyfriend. However, the mom and her boyfriend were constantly out most nights partying and whatnot. They were just constantly never home. Six's brother had his girlfriend over, but only had her over during the weekends. And remember, we're 16, so we're still in school and have that priority. The brother's girlfriend's parents were strict on having her sleep at her own place during school night, so Six's brother would go over to her place on school nights. This is a little bit confusing, but it's all very important to remember. Okay, so Six, well, of course, he's graduated. He's already having a full-time job, and it's a graveyard shift. So he wakes up at 10 or 11 p.m., and he's off to work between 11:30 and 1 a.m. in the morning. I was on pretty much the same schedule as him because I was doing online classes. So it didn't matter what time of day or night as long as I'd gotten those hours in. Right. So I'd wake up when he would wake up and help him get out of the door for work. Sometimes I would stay up and wait for him, or most nights I would go back to sleep and wake up just before he would get home. Anyways, so this night it was just Six and I. Mom was out with boyfriend. Brother was over at girlfriend's or whatever. But it was only Six and I. That's when we both woke up to his alarm. And that the household would be gone till tomorrow morning. Six did his usual routine on getting ready for work, made lunch, poured a bowl of cereal, and brushed his teeth. Got dressed, came and said goodbye to me. But today I wasn't ready to wake up and help him. Sometimes I'd help him pack lunch or pour cereal or whatever. No, instead I just laid in bed awake, but was comfortable and didn't want to move out of my cocoon-wrapped state I was in with my blankets. Our bedroom light was on, and we had our own bedroom as each other. Editing. Our bedroom light was on. We had our own bedroom, as each couple has their own bedroom in the house. Mom and her boyfriend has one room, brother has his own room. Moving on, Six came into the room, and I remember him asking me if I want a movie on as he's holding the remote to the flat-screen TV in our room. I tell him, no thank you. So he puts the remote down beside the TV, which is right beside the door. Once you come through the door of our room, the closet's on your left. TV's on your right, and our bed is also right on the right side of the room on the opposite side of the room. Six and I sit in bed for the last 10 minutes before he has to go to work. I remember being slightly tired and just couldn't wait to close my eyes and go back to rest. Finally, Six kisses my forehead and says he's off. He turns the light off and closes the door behind him. The house was so quiet. I heard him closing the front door once he left. I even heard the keys jingle as he locks the door. We lived in somewhat of a sketchy neighborhood, but it didn't bother me much since Mom was very liked by almost everyone in the neighborhood. So I knew being home alone was safe. We were pretty good at keeping every window locked and secured, and I knew Six had locked the front door, so it didn't take long for me to turn on my side with the back facing the bedroom door and fall back asleep, back into a comfortable state again. I don't know exactly how long I was sleeping for, until I felt something heavy pressing into the foot of my bed, as if someone was sitting at my feet on the bed. I recall looking over my shoulder and seeing Six's face with what little streetlight peering through the window above my bed. "Six," I said. "I thought you had to work." I questioned, but Six never answered me. So fact, he just smiles at me, silently and very sinister-like. It was almost demonic. It almost didn't seem like it was actually him. I turned back around, closing my eyes, because I guess I was very tired at the time and didn't register. Not even seconds go by, and I feel someone lying down under the blankets with me. I feel their arm wrap itself around me, pulling me across the bed as if pulling me closer to cuddle. But I don't feel my backside pressed up against anything or anyone for that matter. I don't exactly grab Six's hand, which is placed over my stomach either. I just fall back asleep thinking Six was holding me to sleep. The light is peeking through my eyelids now. Six comes running through the bedroom door, still in his work uniform, startling me to shift and sit up in bed. I'm looking at him as he starts to undress himself. He gives me a "morning, babe," as he is facing the closet starting to undress himself. "You slept in your uniform?" I questioned. He turns his head, looks up at me, puzzled and confused. "What? No, babe, I'm getting ready and just getting home from work. What are you even talking about?" "You didn't come back home last night and get into bed holding me until I passed back out?" I was nervous now. "No, seriously, you're telling me you were at work all night?" I said you could hear the words choking as they came out. Jumping into bed with me now that he's undressing, leaving his uniform on the floor. "Yes." "Babe, what, did you have a dream of me or something?" He says with a smile. His normal smile. But that's when it hit me. His smile last night was different, and it wasn't his smile. And no, it wasn't a dream. It all felt too real to be a dream, like I actually felt someone putting their arm around me and pulling me. I felt it. Couldn't have been a dream. It was all too vivid and real. Just couldn't have been. Can anyone relate or have something similar to them? Does anybody have any thoughts or theories on what happened that night? I have plenty of unexplained experiences, and this is just one of the many. Experiences from a childhood haunted home. I'm having trouble sleeping, and I've been reading a lot of these posts here. It's making me want to post my own family's experience. I was young when we moved into this place, but I remember a lot of the stuff that happened. And that's because it consumed our life, the time that we spent there. Fortunately for me, I've only had a couple of experiences myself at this place, and I'll start with those. The first experience is that one night my older brother and I, we shared a room, went to bed around midnight. Anyway, it was just us that was left awake at the time, and as soon as we laid down, we heard noises coming from the attic right above us. We had a bunk bed, and I had top bunk. It sounded like someone was playing a game of marbles up there, which is weird because we didn't even own any marbles in the house. My brother and I are both like, what the hell is that? We eventually decide to ignore it and go to sleep. The next morning, my older sister went up there. It was her bedroom, and she had spent the night at a friend's when we heard those noises. And sure enough, when she got up there, she found a bunch of marbles on her floor. No idea where they came from. The other unexplained event that happened to me also involved the attic. I was upstairs alone, and my family was downstairs. All of a sudden, I hear this loud thump come from the attic, and I freak out and run downstairs and tell my family. My sister went up to check what it was and found her baton trophy in the middle of her floor. It somehow moved there from its spot on her dresser behind a radio on the other side of the room. Okay, so the worst experiences happened to the rest of my family. My oldest sister in the attic told us that she would wake up in the middle of the night many times, and she would see an old woman standing in front of her closet, just staring at her. She'd be too afraid to move and would usually end up just ignoring her under the covers. The worst experience for my sister happened late creepiest part is shortly after that happened, I was in my mom's room while she was changing the sheets on her bed, and when she removed her sheet, there was a fucking handprint and stain thing on the side of her bed. And this thing was not a human hand. The finger marks were long and very skinny, and the palm was also not human-like. It freaked the hell out of my mom. Woman in White. So this takes place back in 2015. That's when I was 17 and my cousin was 15. She one day had this extremely weird experience, which does sound like she was seeing things. But I genuinely believe her in what she saw. One day she was in her house. She was looking for her man, and she saw what she thought was her. It was through the kitchen window. So she went outside to see her standing in a white dress, pegging and washing up. She only saw the back of her butt, but thought it was extremely odd because it's not something that she wears. And she'd seen her earlier, and she was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She looked away and looked back, and she disappeared, so she went back in the house and looked for her again, only to find her upstairs in her jeans and t-shirt. So she asked her if she was outside in a white dress. She replied, "I don't have a white dress other than my wedding dress. I've been up here the whole time." So, yeah, basically, they were spooked to say the least. And I also want to mention that there was no other women or girls in the house. There's my cousins, man, and 2 brothers. Not long after, maybe 2 weeks, she had another experience where she was chasing their dog in the garden. And when she looked up toward the end of the garden, there she was again. Except this time she was picking apples. That's better than begging. She never really saw her face, which I suppose is a good thing. But she was wearing the same white dress in a way that was like sort of minding her own business. I remember going to their house and we're talking about it, and me and my cousin decided to look up this woman in white. We were reading it out and kind of joking about it because we didn't really believe in it. Like, we believe in ghosts as a family, but we didn't believe that it could be connected, if you get me. We found the story of the White Lady, and the legend goes that a white lady is fabled to appear by day as well as by night in the house which a family member is soon to die. A couple of months later, on September 25th, our other cousin had a fatal motorbike accident, passed away on the 26th. You can argue that it was just a coincidence, but honestly, the chills that ran down my spine when the realization hit was indescribable. My cousin hasn't seen the woman in white since, and that's now 5 years ago. Who else believes in fae folk and feels they're always around you? I know I'm risking sounding completely crazy, but I need some confirmation that I'm not alone in this. So I'm constantly seeing sparkles in my bedroom, and I thought I was just having some vision issues as I'm 43. One night, however, I was laying in bed with my eyes closed, almost asleep, when suddenly, a bright light shined right in my eye. And when I opened them, there was this little creature with kind of an oval-shaped head where the longest was side to side instead of long side by, like ours. He had pointed ears with big black eyes, grayish in color. He didn't seem to be wearing clothes, but I could only see from around mid-chest to the top of his head. His hands were resting on my pillow, was leaning slightly to his left and toward me, looking me right in the eyes, but disappeared after a few seconds. I shifted my eyes to the right of where he stood, and I either saw him again, or I saw a second one inches from where he stood. This was just inches from my face. I then felt something on my legs. Since then, I've just seen these small shadows and tiny specks of light. told him what I saw, just that there's something else in this house. I got him to sit with me for a while, and he did see the sparkles and shadows I mentioned. This activity started to increase, and now at times I feel my hair being touched the same way I feel something close to my face. I also put my hand out once and asked if one of them would touch my hand, and almost immediately I felt something warm on my hand. Then it felt like a tiny finger drawn on my hand. I've asked them to show themselves to me, but they have not. They'll touch me and let me know that they're here, and the glimpses I see are getting a little more obvious. But they don't seem to want to show themselves fully. Maybe they're easing into it to protect themselves, or me, since, well, I've been startled by them at times. I wasn't aware that they were even present. I also have seen other entities here, but the house has been smudged because they were not good. So now I ask you, has anyone else experienced similar situations? Can anyone give me tips as to how to communicate with them and let them know that they're safe? I think they know that they are, as they've been sitting with me at night and making themselves known. Sometimes company is company. Even me to you. See ya. Paranormal M invites you to explore the eerie world of the supernatural. Hit subscribe and stay connected to haunting episodes that will captivate your soul. Let the adventure into the unknown begin. Almost had an invisible roommate. Many years ago, when I lived in Northern California, I was apartment hunting. I had been looking on Craigslist, but also decided to walk a neighborhood I liked. I saw a sign in the window of a fourplex saying that there is an apartment for rent. My significant other and I made an appointment to check the place out. It was perfect on paper. 2 bedrooms, a big yard, big living room. My partner chatted with the landlord while I toured alone, checking out storage and number of outlets. I walked down a hall past a bathroom to my right and into a sunny bedroom on my left. There was a wall of built-in storage and closets from the 60s. I put my hand on the knob, and the second I touch it, my vision goes black, and in the middle is either a close-up of someone covered in blood or muscle with no flesh covered in blood, just dark and red. I let go of the knob like it's hot, and my first thought is that I've been watching too many crime shows. For some reason, I say hello out loud. I open the closets, no bodies of course, and then slowly make my way back to the living room. Landlord and significant other are still talking, but I'm not listening. I'm looking down the hall, and I knew there was someone standing there. Couldn't see it physically, but there was a tall man in a red flannel shirt and blue jeans, like a tall Al Borland. He's looking at me with curiosity, and I got a strong, "can you see me" vibe. My partner loves the place. Can't stop talking about it all the way home. I don't say anything other than I wasn't sure about it, and I was a little bit uncomfortable. That night I dream about the apartment. It's in black and white. Same sunny room, and I'm just standing there. That's all I remember, but I woke up gasping, like the dramatic way people wake up from a nightmare in movies. As soon as I wake up, I calm down. Next day, I tell my significant other everything, but it's really kind of a great place, and we should take it. I think it's all in my head. They call the landlord and can't hear the him on the phone, but my significant other looks at me sharply and they hang up. My significant significant other says that the landlord felt that since we're taking the place, he wanted to tell us that his brother recently died there of a heart attack in the hallway. I don't care if I was being ridiculous. I said, fuck that. Call back and tell them we aren't taking it. I'm too old for roommates that won't pay rent. The lights. Before I start this, I want to say that I grew up around a lot of brujeras, which for English speakers is witches. I wasn't ever really afraid of death or ghost because I grew so acquainted, at least acquainted with that sort of gothic culture. When I hit my early teens, my abuela began teaching me about witchcraft. I'm now 17 years old and still don't got the hang of it. The first part of the story isn't really about witchcraft, but I'll make sure to talk about some incidents that occurred surrounding that in the future. Back to the main story. So, since I grew up around death and witchcraft, I've always believed in ghosts. Sure, I don't have a lot of scientific evidence to support, but I've seen some strange things before in my life. When I was much younger, maybe around 6 or 7, my family and I went out to the mountains. It was for a 3-day camping trip. I lived in Colorado at the time. It was in a smaller town, so I was always surrounded by mountains. I remember driving up this dirt hill at like 1 in the morning. My family was a bit late arriving at the spot. That was while my mom's friends were waiting for us at the spot. To give some visuals on this spot, it's a meadow area surrounded by hills and mountains. A small part of a forest is also nearby, as well as a small stream of water which I never figure out where it led to. On this drive toward the camping spot, it was so bumpy I barely couldn't sleep. So I mostly just stared out the window. It was mostly dark, but I found the silhouettes of the trees and mountains. It was satisfying enough to keep my 7-year-old mind occupied during the long, bumpy trip. After an hour of driving, I noticed a little light ahead of us. It was like an orb. I hope I mentioned this, but there was nothing around, nothing electrical that could have caused this orb. It was moving so slowly to it in the air. It was above the cliff, too. I don't know how to describe it, but it would take form as a square, then back to a circle. As we continued driving, more began showing. These white orbs were just floating in a line as if they were, like, taking us to where we needed to go. My mom and my stepdad took notice of this too. We all stayed silent, just trying to figure out what these orbs were. They were so close to the car, like I can stand out of the window and reach them. We finally made it to the camping area, and the orbs had disappeared on us finally. But the orbs came back. After a day of hiking and riding four-wheelers around, the sun was finally ready to rest. We all got back to the tents and campfire. It was around 1 a.m. again, and everyone was sitting down by the fire talking and laughing. I didn't pay much attention to the adults at the time, just staring at the fire in silence. I remember everybody staying silent before my mom pointed up at the sky. Maybe 10 feet up in the air and gasping, "Look, there they are again." I looked up and I saw the orbs again. They looked maybe at least 7 of them just floating in the air. It was like they were dancing, but they didn't move from their spot. Everyone was just silent, not saying anything else. We felt frozen, like we were scared to move. My neighbor came out of his camper and saw us all staring. He was only a year older than me. He saw the lights as well, and we took a picture of them on his phone. My mom did as well, and at the time I was grounded, so I didn't have my phone. All of us stood there quietly, just watching these orbs dance. They didn't feel scary, just as if they were existing with us as well. Maybe 2 hours passed and we were still watching them. Eventually, the adults took us kids to bed, and we didn't hear much about the orbs after that. After the trip, and my family came back home, we noticed the picture of the orbs were mythos. It was as if they never existed. We asked our neighbors, and their photos were missing as well. For years, I've always thought about those orbs, wondering what they are. That was until last year. I saw a TikTok of these orbs just floating. I freaked out immediately and commented like crazy, saying, "I've seen those before." But I got no replies. I wish I saved that TikTok before it got banned. I still don't know what those orbs are to this day. I wonder if they were ghosts or maybe even aliens. I don't know, but if anybody can find that TikTok, please let me know. It was ring camera footage, and a small group of lights were just floating near the front door. If anyone has any possible answers to what I saw years ago, please let me know. Dream Walker, Dreaming and Deja Reeve. I considered of talking about the situation for quite a long time. It took me over 10 years to accept it. However, to this day, I still can't wrap my head around it. I can't understand it completely. Maybe somebody here may have an idea of what's going on. Maybe someone has experienced this too. Have you heard of that feeling called deja vu? Well, it's when you experience something which you are quite certain you had experienced before. There is also a situation called deja reeve or reeve. The difference between the two is that while the deja vu is the feeling or knowledge that you have experienced a situation before, and you feel that while you're experiencing it, this other one is when you experience a situation and you know that you had already dreamt of it. That's right, dreamt. Usually, the only similarity those two feelings have is their duration. They usually last just a few seconds. Well, I am in quite a difficult spot. You see, deja reeve has been a common occurrence for me with longer duration. Every few weeks or months, I would have at least one experience. For example, one day when I was out with my friends, we decided to go to a restaurant we had never visited before. This restaurant was in a location of our seaside city, right next to its southern shore. From the second we sat down, I had that feeling until 5 minutes later, when the waiter left our table with our orders. I felt as if my ears were underwater. I knew exactly what things we would discuss, which foods and drinks we would order, who started giving our food orders. When it was my time to give my order, I gave it automatically. The words just slipped out of my mouth. Although I hadn't even looked at the menu, I didn't need to. That was because I already knew what I wanted to have from that menu. I remembered what I ordered in my dream. The only different thing was the point of view. In my dream, I was sitting northwards, while in reality it was southwards. My view was entirely different, yet our table, we all sat in the was even stronger. Lasted for nearly 10 minutes. I was at the bachelor party of one of my sister's friends. Their friend lived in a city around 400 miles away, a place I never visited before. I decided to get back to our hotel earlier. My sister gave me the keys and the address of the hotel, in case I needed something or if I, go outside for a walk to find my way back to the hotel. Back then, GPS and mobile phones wasn't really a thing, so I had a literal map stuck in my backpack in case I needed it. After killing some time reading a book on European night orders, I decided to go to the city center and buy some ice cream. It was an incredibly hot summer, and the heat at night was unbearable, even with climate on. I took my bag, wallet, and phone and went out. I walked for around maybe 20 minutes to reach the center, got my ice cream. One of the best I ever ate in my life. When I got on the road on my way back, I realized I got completely lost. You see, the city center had at least 10 roads around it, and I probably chose one of the roads next to the one I needed to take. Then I remembered the map, so I took it out. Then I checked my wallet for a piece of paper my sister gave with the address of the hotel. It wasn't there. I guess I'd forgotten it in the hotel. I remember a sense of panic I had. I called my sister repeatedly, but I couldn't find her. The party had probably started already. As I stood on the pavement, I had that feeling again. The weird sensation that my ears were underwater. My fear disappeared for some reason. I saw the road ahead of me. I remember in my dream that I walked back one road, then turned left. I walked up the one road, but in my dream, the road to the left was the road to my right. I decided to follow the road to the right. I walked around maybe 15 minutes, taking a couple of turns that in my dream were the opposite direction, but the roads were the same. It was as if they were mirrored. Soon I felt that feeling dissipate. I was having a call from my sister, and I looked around me and the fear returning as I had the memory of that place. Yet when I answered my phone to tell my sister that I was lost, I turned around. The hotel was right across the street, sideways from me. I remember the relief and also that weird sense. That sense that this wasn't right. A few years later, I was in the first semester in college. I remember that I had a strong dream over a specific exam in art history with the professor. I didn't know his name. Even in my dreams, his name was tough to remember. I remembered vividly that in my dream that I opened the paper with the questions and I smiled, knowing that I would pass it. The dream changed. I was in the same class, only when I received the paper in front of me, I was feeling pissed off. I decided to just leave the class and not write anything. Turned out, the dream came true, but once again, in a reverse order. Next semester, I had an exam in political philosophy. Our professor gave us a series of questions. They were from a different course. She apologized and told us to go back home. I opened the paper with the questions, feeling pissed off that I had to go back home earlier. And then I remembered the dream. It was the same class and the same paper, the same questions, right under my fingers. After 2 years, the other dream actually happened as well. It was for a course in art history indeed. When I sat down in the chair and until I started writing down my answers, the underwater feeling just came back. I already knew the questions and answers before I opened the sheet, and yes, I aced the exams. After many other incidents such as this one, I decided to try out something. I started changing minor details, saw it in my dream. One time, though, I decided to do something different. I was with a friend going to the cinema. He was from a different city, so he didn't know the directions and relied on me to find the cinema fast. We were reaching a crossroad, and right then, the underwater hearing feeling returned. I knew that we should turn down the downhill road. There were also 2 uphill roads. My friend asked me which road to take. I chose one of the uphill roads this time. In that moment, the feeling broke, yet I knew something felt different. My friend looked at me quizzically. "Are you sure?" That question froze me. He didn't know the way. Why would he ask that? In a voice that suggested that maybe shouldn't we take the downhill road and might be better this way? I was at a loss of words, and my friend waited patiently for me to answer. "Yes, uphill," I said, pretty determined. "It's faster." He nodded, and as soon as we turned, a car came right around the corner. It was speeding way too much. If we were a few seconds faster, the car would definitely have crashed on us. Wow, see how that idiot runs. If we were here a bit sooner, he would rip us a new one. Phew, we're lucky, my friend said, winking at me from his driver's seat. I, however, was terrified. I chose a different path. I saw in my dream what we should have been doing, and I didn't follow through. And for a second only, if my friend hadn't asked me that question, we might have been involved in a deadly accident. Since then, I decided to follow through with the dreams and the déjà vu or rêve. I should know how to say that. To not go against the direction I would take in them, and I was right to do so far. I avoided confronted situations that turned out that if I didn't follow through with that déjà vu, the results would definitely be bad. And the dreams never stopped. Occasionally I have them, and I follow through. Yet I cannot shake the eerie feeling that something changed the day I decided to take a different turn. The puzzled look in my friend's face. That's because since that day, I no longer see the dreams from a mirror point of view, but from how they are in the real world. And the weird thing is that after that incident with my friend and my dreams, I only see from my left eye in them. Can't explain what this is exactly. Maybe my point of view changed. Maybe I sometimes consider in terror instead of walking through dreams. I walk in a different dimension the second I took a different decision than the one I had in my dream. And perhaps now I'm trapped in that dimension. Maybe my dream self paid the price of my intentionally wrong choice back then. I walk now on the same path as my déjà vu dreams. I just hope that one day, ultimately, that I won't regret it. I hope one day I can say déjà vu. Is it like that? Correctly. The shadow figure. This happened the first summer that I was home alone while my parents would be at work. This story happened before I started 9th grade, so I was probably 15 years old at the time. I was sitting on one end of the couch that was close to one of the windows in the living room, but I was able to look out of the 2 windows. It was only like having a plug in my phone a few seconds or minutes ago when this happened. I saw a black figure run past both windows. This figure wasn't transparent at all. It looked like if a real person ran past the 2 windows. I thought that, well, that was the only time I'd see the shadow figure that day. But it wasn't. I turned to look at the television before it the other side of the couch, and I got scared once I saw the same solid-looking shadowy figure. This figure was crouching behind the couch, peeking out to look at me. I didn't want the figure to know that I was scared, so I stared back at this figure. I was able to tell that this figure has no facial features at all. This thing's face was like those mannequins that you'd see at the mall that don't have any facial features on them. It felt like minutes had passed, but it could have possibly have been seconds that me and this figure were looking at each other, before the figure immediately went behind the wall that separated the dining room and living room from one another. It was doing the same thing by peeking around the wall and looking at me again. I had this feeling in my chest like my heart was about to burst out of it. And after that, the shadow figure disappeared. I don't know what it could possibly be, since no one else had lived in the house before me and my parents. As my parents are the first owners of this house, they bought the house a little while after the house was freshly constructed. That was 26 years or more years ago that they'd been buying this house and wasn't even born yet when they bought the house. My paranormal encounters as a child. Story number 1. My first experience was from when I must have been about 4 years old. My mom would tuck me in bed every night, close the door to my room. I always insisted on having my door closed, as I couldn't sleep if it was open. It would remain closed until I got up and left my bedroom in the mornings. One night, my mom tucked me in, left the room, closing the door behind her. I fell asleep, and then in the middle of the night I woke up again. My door was wide open, standing there completely still. There was a fully black cloaked figure. It was as tall as the door frame. I instantly tucked my head under the covers to hide and cry myself back to sleep. And when I tell this story to people, they write it off as a dream. And part of me wants to rationalize it that way, but the thing that confirms it was real for me is that when I woke up again in the morning, my door was still wide open. I can't explain that away. Story 2. My second experience was over a period of a couple months. This story was when I was about 9 years old. I've been having my usual random dreams as I normally did, all unique to each other and normal. It's like apart from one thing. Near the end of every dream, I'd look down at my wrist and see a small line. Each dream, it grew a little bit bigger, and I remember thinking it was a bit strange, but didn't spend too much time thinking about it. That was until the last dream I had featuring this wrist line. In this last dream, the line had fully wrapped around my wrist like a bracelet. I don't remember the rest of the dream other than it had an overwhelming sense of dread. When I woke up, I looked down at my wrist and I had left a tight rubber band from school around my wrist that night. It had caused my hands to swell like a bunch of bananas. And this one creeped me out because it was almost like the line on my wrist was a countdown timer to when I'd make this mistake. My final story. I guess this one was when I was about maybe 12. Me and my older sister shared a room at this point. It was just a normal day after school. It was just me and her in the house, and she went to have a shower while I was sat in bed playing Xbox. Normally, my mom wouldn't be home until about 5:30 p.m. from work. But at about 4 p.m., I heard the front door handle be pushed down quickly, but loud. It was a very specific noise I'd known since I was tiny. When my mom would come home, I'd hear the key in the door turn and the handle go down, then the creak of the door opening. But all I heard interesting experience. So this happened a couple of years ago, March 24th, 2022. I was 16 and I had just got my license. My friend's family was going on a day trip to the beach. It was the Pacific City in Oregon. And a few of our friends decided, since I got my license and a new to-me car, we should load up in my old 300 ZX, take the TV tops off, and go for a nice trip to the coast. All was going well, other than the discomfort of 4 guys crammed into a small coupe on a 2-hour drive. We eventually made it to the coast, and we had a good day. After we had packed up our things and started to head home, my friend suggested we take a road that he knew. A Nestucca access road for anybody familiar with the Tillamook Forest. Back home, instead of the main highway, it would take us about an extra 45 or 60 minutes. But he said it was pretty and it'd be a nice change in scenery. So I obliged. The sun was setting, and in the thick forest, it got dark quick. And before we knew it, there was no cell service, no houses, and absolutely no cars. Which is pretty typical for the mountain ranges between the Oregon coast and the Portland metro area. So it wasn't anything I was really worrying about. After about 10 more miles, I saw a green SUV, either a Dodge Durango or a Ford Escape, early 2000s models. It was hauling a fifth wheel, crashed off, and was off the side of the road. Being that no one was around, I decided that we should pull over, see if anybody was okay. Hopefully we'd be able to offer any help if we could. It was probably 8 to 10 feet off the road on a slope. It was only caught by the trees it had hit. And the fifth wheel was absolutely trashed. Both of the sidewalls were caved in with the contents of the RV. It was all along the side of the drop-off. The SUV was filled with clothes and food wrappers. Almost all of the windows were shattered, and there was some pretty significant bloodstains on what was left of the driver door glass. And not only that, but on the windshield. Didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary for how bad the crash was. There was no one in or near the car, and a truck had stopped by us. We told him that we didn't see anyone, and that we would just be on our way, so he kept driving, and shortly after, we started our journey back on the road. We had to go pretty slow as the condition of the road was getting worse and worse with massive potholes and cracks in the road, and definitely was not intended for lower cars. I'd say about 3 to 5 miles after the crash site, there's a pretty sharp right-hand turn with a pullover area on the apex of the turn. As my dim headlights lit up the trees behind the pull-off, I saw what looked like a pale man with saggy skin. From what I could tell, was fully naked, but was sort of behind some tall grass and shrubs, so could really only see up to the bottom of its stomach. It had no hair and was kind of scrunched over, like how you would imagine old man hunched over just staring at my car. It just didn't have any prominent features, but the biggest part I remember is its eyes reflected my headlights bright, almost like a cat's eyes, and with his whole body turned, just kept looking at the cars we drove by. I didn't know what to do or what to think, and my friends in the car were all staring behind us and claimed that it kind of leaned out of the shrubs to watch us drive off. We were all freaked out. We were discussing what we just saw, whether we thought it was some tweaker that had crashed his car and just maybe walked off, or perhaps if it was some paranormal creature. I kind of played it off as the first option, but the more I thought about it, it seemed like something you'd see in a liminal space or a bad AI-generated image. No eyebrows, no hair. pale, white, saggy skin, like when a person loses hundreds of pounds in a small amount of time. Except it was saggy on its cheeks and neck and arms. But it seemed scrawny and frail. We sped home and kind of just told people the story when the subject of paranormal experiences came. About July of 2023, my, at the time, girlfriend's brother and I were pretty close. And so, him, his friends, and I were up driving through the trails of Dixie Mountain. We were talking ghost stories and such. That's when I told them the story. Her brother's friend said he'd seen the same crash, showed me a picture of the same SUV I saw. But he didn't see anything creepy. I don't know what I saw or what happened, but it definitely scared me and my friends. I'd never been back on that same road since that day. Maybe someone's seen something similar, or perhaps had a similar experience in Oregon. I hadn't thought about posting my story until today. That was because my partner and I were reading a book about cryptozoology and a sort of mythological creature, and, well, it made me think of that story. Thanks for reading. I apologize for my bad storytelling skills. Horse-faced woman in red dress. This took place in Southern California. It was around 2002. So, when I was in 5th grade, a friend and I had stayed the night at another friend's house. Typical night for that age. Movies and games and such. My friend and I had fallen asleep on the floor, me being closer to the bedroom door while our other friend was in his bed. Of course, I wake up within the 3 o'clock hour. I don't remember the exact time. Nothing woke me up, just on my own. And as I did, however, I had noticed the figure of a woman standing in front of us. They were blocking the bedroom door. The door was closed when we went to sleep, but then open when I woke up to see this figure. There was a faint blue/white light, and it was illuminating the room from an alarm clock. Being closer to the door and the woman figure, I was able to notice a pair of red-heeled shoes on her. A silky red dress that went down just above her knees, long and what seemed to be blonde hair, and her face was absolutely blacked out. After noticing said details, it was like she waited for me to see what I can. So, before turning around and slowly walking out of the door down the hallway. Thinking it was my friend's mom, I was intrigued because why? But she never went out that night. She was asleep with her husband across the house. The bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and so I see her walking around to the stairwell, and I start walking downstairs. There's a landing halfway down. From the view of the bedroom, you're able to see the bottom floor and the end of the stairs. Then can go left to the kitchen or right to the living room. She stopped on the landing, her back toward me. Then she slowly turned her head to the right, and with a small faint light downstairs, I was able to see the silhouette of a horse's head as her face. Only the silhouette, while her hair and dress and shoes stayed the same. She continued to walk down the rest of the stairs and turned left into the kitchen. Needless to say, I closed that door quickly and stayed awake the rest of the night. Has anybody heard of such a thing or see it for themselves? I would like feedback. I saw an AI human robot. I've been searching for ages across the internet, trying to find an article or post that might explain something I witnessed about a year ago. Sometimes I push it out of my mind. It's because I have no evidence. No one to confirm what I saw, even though many others saw it too that day. I live in market. It was just closing. It was autumn and one of those crisp, moody evenings, and the streets were packed with people heading home after work. The area gets crowded after work hours since it's close to the city's office blocks. I was on my balcony smoking and people watching. Among the usual crowd, there was a tall man in a nice shirt and jeans. He looked like he had just left the office and was about to grab drinks with his mates. But something was off. Instead of moving with the rhythm of the crowd, he walked in an oval pattern, stopping abruptly at the same spot every time. That was before resuming his strange loop. I couldn't take my eyes off him. I watched him repeat this bizarre walk for over 10 minutes. Each step, each pause was exact, almost mechanical. What was even stranger, though, was that no one got close to him. People noticed, of course, but it was as if some invisible barrier kept them from approaching. He was too unsettling, too unnatural. Then my phone rang. It was a friend who lived nearby, urgently asking for a favor. I had no choice but to leave, but that meant walking past this man. I left my apartment, and as I got closer, his appearance seemed even more out of place. He looked perfectly normal at first glance, clean-cut, well-dressed, a nice watch, and a backpack slung over his shoulder. But he didn't make eye contact with anyone. His eyes were fixed on the ground, and he just kept walking those ovals, completely detached from the world around him. The closer I got, the more I felt like a deep primal fear. There was something wrong about him. His movements were too precise, too robotic. Everyone around him kept their distance, and now I understood why. There was a chilling, oppressive energy about him, as if making eye contact would trigger something violent. It wasn't just that he looked out of place. He felt dangerous in a way that I just can't fully explain. I was sure if I got too close or acknowledged him in any way, something bad would happen. And trust me, when I say I'm one of those people in public that will interfere and ask someone if they're okay or need help, but not this time. I walked a bit further, but could still see him from down the road. And he was still there, trapped in that repetitive robotic loop. I'm so annoyed because my phone camera at the time was extremely poor. I tried to take a video, but you can barely see anything at that time, and from how far I was standing, so I didn't bother trying after I got my camera out. I never found out how long he stayed there or if anyone ever approached him, but I'll never forget the cold certainty that washed over me in that moment. That man, if you can even call him that, wasn't on drugs. He wasn't just lost in his thoughts. He was something else entirely. He was dressed well, but for the wrong season, like he'd stepped out of another time, another reality, and came out too early. Trust me, I'm the furthest thing from a conspiracy theorist. But I wasn't the only one who saw that AI robot, or whatever he was. And I'll never shake the feeling that what I witnessed was real. And that there are things that walk among us. I have seen very much a similar situation. About 10 years ago, but things just came flooding back reading that, honestly. Personal report about seeing strange humanoid figures and suggestion of name for a paranormal investigation group. A while ago, some friends and I formed a sort of paranormal investigation team. It started and still is a pretty silly thing, but I must admit friends that might have something unusual going on. Sometimes a local urban legend. Sometimes something someone claims to have seen there. Stuff like that. We've had experiences where we saw things like shadows out of the corner of our eyes, dark shapes, objects moving, things like that. Anyway, this was just some context for a suggestion I wanted to ask from you all. We realized, and we already have a logo, it's kind of a bird drawing, really poorly done, but once I learn how to draw better, I plan to improve it. But we don't have a name. One idea I had was Eagles, as a tribute to the band. I think it kind of fits and sounds good, but I'm not sure if I should pick a name that relates more to the paranormal. And we're all from Brazil, specifically from a central part of the country. So it might feel a bit odd for a group from here to have the name Eagles. What I plan to do at the most is create a blog in the future to share any findings or evidence that we come across. Another thing, recently, about 6 months ago, I've been experiencing some humanoid apparitions at my house. They're usually tall figures that almost touch the ceiling, long arms and faces I can never see clearly. I've also been hearing someone calling my name in my own voice, and the sound comes from my late grandmother's room. A few days ago, one of our group members was at my house with me, and also heard it. Which was sort of strange because it was the first time it happened when I wasn't alone. Honestly, I'm not too worried about it, especially since I've been seeing weird things since I was a kid. So what do you think? Does Eagles sound like a good name or not? If not, I'd really appreciate it if you have any suggestions. I like things that are 1 or 2 syllables, but it does seem a little bit detached from what you're going for. Haunted beehives. My godmother's family lived even more in the middle of nowhere than we did. We had to travel down a narrow, corn-lined road and then turn onto an unmarked, rutted gravel road for about a mile to get to their place, which had some mown grass and a pond, which we weren't allowed in because there was a snapping turtle. And past that was a bunch of pretty wild prairie grass and also a creek with some willow trees along the banks. They had chickens, 2 nanny goats, and there were some abandoned beehives pretty far out from the house. It was near the overgrown foundation of a barn. This barn had fallen down or been torn down years before. A bunch of creepy stuff happened in that house. Some of which felt creepy at the time, some of which was just puzzling, and some of which was kind of only creepy in retrospect. But one thing that really creeped me out were those beehives. I hated going near them. I like bees just fine. I'm not afraid of them, but I always felt this sense of dread around them, and sometimes I could kind of see something out of the corner of my eye like a shadowy human figure. This was pretty alarming because there was nobody else living around there, you know? But every time I turned to look, there was nothing. And this was northern Illinois. Everything's flat unless there's a creek carving lines through the flat ground or trees or whatever. But this was flat land and tall grass. You can't hide a person unless that person's like lying down or something. Anyway, 20 years after I'd last visited their property, I reconnected with one of my god-sisters. There's a big rift between the families for religious reasons. But we were reminiscing, and I mentioned how spooky the beehives were, and she said, "Oh yeah, that's my grandfather." I was like, "What?" I don't remember her grandfather because he died when she and I were really little, and she's a few months younger than I am. At that time, her grandparents lived in one house on the property, and she and her parents and siblings lived in the other house. After her grandpa's death, her grandma moved in with them and they tried to rent out the other house. Tenants didn't stay very long. We were over there like all the time, and I don't really remember anyone living there. Although her parents talked about it sometimes. Sort of like how people would sign a lease, move in, and then move out a month or two really abruptly. I'd heard stories about him, and he sounded really nice, a really kind-sounding guy. Not the sort of guy who'd menace kids in the middle of a waist-high grass and flower bed. Well, one of her brothers was allergic to bees, and her grandfather was always chasing him out of the area. They were worried the younger kids would be allergic to the bees too, and he wound up getting rid of the bees, which he loved, just in case. But his fear for his grandkids had kind of sunk into the ground there, I guess. He really wanted kids to stay away even though the danger was gone. Which is nice in theory, trying to protect people even after you're gone, but in practice it just felt fucked up and freaky. I don't know if I'll ever visit again. Or if I want to check out that area if I do. Kind of want to take my city kid out to see some place I spent so much time in my childhood. And I'm curious if this otherwise banal place still feels so odd and off. But we're about an hour away now. And I would like to give a casual shout-out to that snapping turtle. He sounds like a stellar guy. ...2005 haunted apartment in Chicago. My husband and I got a creepy apartment in 2005. We had a handshake deal to work on the place in exchange for reduced rent. But we're absolute fools and didn't get it in writing. Which means we're paying full price for a place that had literal holes in the wall. We had to keep the couch in one specific place against an exterior wall or there is a brisk draft. The windows that were nailed shut because the latches were broken. Like, there was a one-bedroom, a very small room that we used as an office. And then a huge pantry. There was a window that had been sided over. The entire window situation of the place was messed up and weird. The bedroom had a huge dent in the plaster and lathe wall that, well, ... look. I went to Catholic school. The school was in a former convent, and the blackboards were plaster and lathe walls painted with chalkboard paint with trim around them. The 7th grade teacher flipped out at one point and grabbed a kid's head and smacked it into the wall. Jesus. This was super weird as it was not a school that did any kind of corporal punishment, but you know, it was the 90s. The bedroom had a dent exactly like that. Whoa. I don't see how being the 90s excuses smacking a kid's head into the wall, but... Moving on. I refused to go into the basement, and I didn't really like sleeping in the bedroom. I have horrible insomnia and spend a lot of time unable to get to sleep, and or unable to get back to sleep. It was really tough when I'd look over and I'd see a little kid about 4 to 6 years old staring at me quietly, just standing there and staring. Light skin, thick straight black hair, eyes completely shadowed, but I could still tell he was looking at me. It felt like he wanted something. I could never figure out what. The previous tenant had left some stuff behind. Asked if we could hold on to it for him. He came back after we'd been there a few months. I asked why he'd moved out, and he said he was tired of having family come visit Chicago and insist on staying with him. So we moved into a large studio close to where he worked. And the best part is, it's not haunted. Okay, bud, hold up. So we talked a little bit and he described the same thing. Waking up at night to see little kids staring at him. And he hated the basement too. There were a few other things that happened though. Once I was utterly overcome with a huge feeling of dread. And I have an anxiety disorder, so I'm used to suddenly freaking out for no reason. But this wasn't like that at all. It's like someone had a hold of me inside. I'd experienced lower levels of the feeling in that place before, too. A sick feeling that I'd never experienced previously, and haven't experienced since. My husband was visiting family, and I called him. I made him come home, which is very out of character for me. I'm really used to being alone, and also I hate interrupting his family time. But he came home, and the next day busted out some of his tools. He'd noticed some of the outlets weren't grounded and fixed them. That feeling completely stopped, and I've never felt it again, so did that contribute to things? And why did I and the previous tenant have the same experience? I also saw inexplicable dark shadows there. Once, one that threw the air, Once, one that flew through the air, as opposed to being on a wall or ceiling. Thought a bat had gotten in or something, and it swooped behind a heavy piece of furniture. I went and moved furniture around, looking for it, but there was nothing. I'm bipolar and have auditory hallucinations sometimes, so it's possible that was a visual hallucination. I really don't know. I've seen weird, shadowy stuff at other places, but never that often or that solid seeming. Is it a brain thing or something really there? I really dislike not knowing. And I have to say, somebody, or rather as somebody who has some chronic conditions, my entire place is completely ungrounded. And the only places that feel good to me are places that are grounded. So I will explore that idea a little bit further. Paranormal phone calls. I've never shared this before, but it's something that still crosses my mind, especially after hearing a similar story today. When I was 17, I was really intrigued by spirituality and the paranormal. Spent a lot of time researching different religions and the occult online. A few months after my 17th birthday, I got my first phone, and one night around midnight, I was in my room reading about the Christian concept of good and evil. That was when my phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, but I decided to answer it. The voice on the other end was enough to make my skin crawl. It didn't sound human. The language it was speaking was something I couldn't recognize. It immediately sent a wave of adrenaline through me. I hung up quickly, running out of the room. But the phone rang again, same unknown number. Panicked, I ran to my parents' room and handed my dad the phone. He's not one to believe in the paranormal and rarely gets scared. But when he picked up, I could tell from his face that something was off. The same strange voice came through. It would only talk in a whispery, growling tone. It wasn't waiting for responses, just speaking in this odd, unintelligible language. My dad hung up, but the phone rang again, almost instantly. So we decided to turn it off for the night. This was the only time something like this ever happened. While my parents brush it off as a prank. I could tell my dad was at a loss for an explanation. He was just trying to comfort me because I kept thinking about it. Has anyone else had an experience like this one? Our new, old haunted house. This is a really long post. I apologize in advance. If anybody knows what's haunting my house, please let me know. I frequently attract ghosts to myself, and I tend to have the most activity amongst any other persons I live with. A backstory unrelated, because I have ADHD. I consider myself to have some sort of power due to the fact that I have dreams. Sometimes they come true. One night I had nightmares. Somebody was trapped in a car and screaming for help. The following night, my mom got a phone call at 11 o'clock at night. It was her best friend. Got up and got dressed without a word and went over to my mom. She was hanging up the phone and said, "Was that your friend?" She said yes, and now her friend's daughter was one of my friends in high school. I said my friend was in a car accident on the way home from work, wasn't she? My mom was terrified because that was the phone call that she had gotten. My friend's car had flipped upside down, and she was trapped. And she's fine now, just to clarify. Okay, so for starters, my house was built in 1901. It's one of the first few thousand homes to be built with electricity and lighting. I live not far from where Edison started implementing electricity back in 1882. Since moving into the house a year ago, I've had a lot of weird phenomenon. Be the spiritual friend who will not touch the third floor, which is where we found a death certificate to the man who first owned the home. He also died in this home. That being said, we don't believe that there were any other deaths in the home, and now on to the scary ghost stories. Back in May, our cat was acting really strange for a few days. One night I saw her sitting at the end of her hallway. I looked at the other end of the hallway and she was laying sleeping in the bed. When I looked back, the other cat was gone. In July, I'm sitting on her sofa. My cat was asleep in my lap. I heard what sounded like somebody sitting on the couch cushions beside me. I watched as the cushions sank. It's like somebody was sitting on them. The cat had immediately woke up and was making a low, threatening growl. Then the cushions went back to normal, so whatever was sitting there stood up and left. Then last month, one night, I had a recurring nightmare. The nightmare was that I woke up, and standing above me was a little girl, maybe 4 or 5 years old. She was in a black dress and she had long black hair. Her skin was a pale, deadly gray-blue color. Her hair was also dripping wet along with her dress. In the nightmare, when I woke up, she was standing above me and proceeded to try to suck my soul out of me. After the nightmare repeated 4 times, got up, went to go sit in her reading room in the chair directly across from the bottom of our stairs. I was sitting in the dark. I was watching YouTube on my phone. That's when I started hearing dripping sounds on the landing of the stairs. I looked up and she was standing there looking at me. I glanced down at my phone, turned my flashlight on. She had disappeared. Now we get to last night. I had fallen asleep upstairs in her living room, and on a chair that was in the house when we bought it. I kept hearing a woman softly speaking in a sickeningly sweet voice. It was saying my name and it's saying, "Wake up." Maybe 5 or 6 times. When I bolted awake, my ears were ringing and the lights were flickering. The ringing was so bad that I couldn't hear for a solid 30 seconds. And then everything stopped. I went downstairs to bed but couldn't shake the feeling, so I laid and played on my phone beside my boyfriend. About an hour later, he bolted upright in bed and looked around frantically and was panting heavily like he was scared. About 15 minutes later, he did the same thing again. Now he doesn't remember any of this happening. And about an hour later, I went back out to our reading room, and the cat went up the 3 stairs to the landing and was staring up at the top of the stairs. I tried to get her attention, but she wouldn't stop staring. Then she did it again, that low, threatening growl. After that, I was officially terrified. Last night was the straw for me. This ghost needs to go. Someone please help me figure out what it is so I know how to get rid of it. My friend and I got visited by the same entities while we were camping alone in the mountains. So when I was 15, my best friend and I went camping in this very isolated place. It had a beautiful lake in the woods and the mountains. The place is in Italy, the country that we're from. But I won't give more details. When all the people who were at the lake for the day left, we were left alone to spend the night there. My friend was trying to date a girl, and he consumed all my smartphone battery to text her with the poor signal that we had. That only made us more isolated and with Joe phones. We went to sleep very early, maybe 9 p.m. I did smoke a bit of weed, but he didn't. He never smoked anything. I was always more into paranormal stuff, and he was instead always very skeptical. I go to sleep and I start dreaming of friends and other people entering our tent, saying hi and telling us stories and then leaving. They weren't entering from the door, but passing through the walls one by one, except a couple and a girl with a dog on her leash. Now this place is a 1-hour drive from the closest town, plus 30 minutes walking in the forest, which is completely dark at night, and, well, people don't come there at night, only in the daytime. These encounters kept happening for maybe 2 hours, and we were scared and kind of curious in a dreamlike state. When all this ended, I woke up and saw my friend sleeping soundly, so I thought it was only a dream. I went out of the tent to take a piss, and I saw the stars super bright. It was very beautiful. I heard a wolf, howling from the distance, and got really scared. We later discovered that the wolves were starting to go back to that area, and now, 12 years later, are very common there, and people don't camp anymore. I got back in the tent very scared and fell asleep again. The next morning, I told him I had some very crazy dream. Before I could tell him the details, he told me too. And he proceeded to tell me exactly the same things I saw that night. Same encounters, same conversations. I told him and confirmed him what I saw and told him details he also confirmed. We were so hyped and scared. Never really talked about it more, and after 10 years I asked him if he remembers, and he said he will never forget. And that was the one and only paranormal experience that he had ever had. I had others in my life, but that was very strong because it was shared. What do you think it was? The haunted house. It's been 15 years. None of us really acknowledge what happened. But I talked to my brother about it yesterday. Decided to share the story when I came across this group. I'm going to share a few of the things I saw myself. Background. I was a 19-year-old female at the time. My ex-best friend was a 20-year-old male. My friend I call my brother a 25-year-old male cousin and a 21-year-old female who's gonna be Peach. renting rooms in a big house in Brandy Wine, MD. The house was owned by the brother's godfather, so we didn't pay much, luckily. This was during the pandemic, so we were home more than usual, and I wasn't visiting home much. It was 2 hours away, due to restrictions and, well, not wanting to get my elderly family sick. 1. Me and my ex-boyfriend were in the male's roommate room. They were playing the game while I was OTP and smoking. On the phone? Maybe. And by the way, don't do drugs, kids. We were the only ones home since everybody else was at work. My cousin was running errands with my quote-unquote brother. The room door slowly opens, and we all freeze, especially me because I'm sitting on the floor close to the door. T told me to stop playing. I said I didn't do it. I said it in a sort of shaky tone. Then all 3 of us ran across the hall to me and my ex-boyfriend's room. While closing the door, we see one of the breakfast bar chairs in the steps. And that sealed the deal for me. That glasses, we call it one of the ghost glasses because he wore glasses and was mean, was definitely messing with us. T then says he left his phone. We told him not to go get it, but he does. When he opens the door, the chair is now in the middle of the hallway. I started praying. I was terrified. We ended up barricading the door and falling asleep eventually. The chair was back at the breakfast bar. That's when P1 came home later that night and early the next morning after we had fallen asleep. Everyone except brother was home. Man, it was a bad storm going on. The power was on, but our service went out on our phones. And the chat feature for the games didn't work. Then the power goes out. So we all go downstairs in the living room to see if anybody else's power is out. But the other houses still had lights on. Now we all start to get antsy. BFF, B2, and T then go to the front door to open it and see if the storm is really that bad to only knock out our power. But the door wouldn't open. We eventually tried to open the door and it wouldn't open. I again start to pray because I'm terrified. And I mean close to crying. Everyone is panicking and trying to open the patio door and it won't budge. Then the basement door opens. We are also allowed in the basement per the owner's request. I ran upstairs. I got the sage because absolutely not. Glasses go back down there and leave us alone. Or I suppose I should put it as, glasses go back down there and leave us alone. Here we go. I can't find the sage, so I have my crystals and I start saying the Lord's Prayer. And at that point, I'm terrified about to piss myself. We're all in the living room together because we're scared to separate. Then brother comes in and we tell him don't close the door, but he does. He quickly runs everything down to him and he laughs and goes to open the door and it wasn't opening. The power cuts back on as I finish the prayer to myself for the 3rd time, and the door finally opens, and our phones finally work again. I called my mom because I was shooketh. 3. We broke the basement rule, so this is our fault. But still scared as me, Peaches, and ex-BFF are in the basement, watching Once Upon a Time on Peaches' TV. We had Peaches' baby shower the day prior and brought the TV down there. We all ended up falling asleep, which was strange because none of us were sleepy whatsoever. We wake up, we continue watching the show. Some time passes and the door in the basement to the part no one can go into for whatever reason opens. It opens slowly on its own. We all look at each other. If you're black, you know the look. We jetted up the steps. Peach made it first, then me, then my BFF. We ran up the basement steps, then the winding steps to where our rooms are, and went to Peach's room. I never stepped foot in the basement again. I was too scared to do so. 4. Not really something that happened, but I was sleeping on my bed. I was extremely hot. It's kind of unusual because I'm anemic and I'm always cold. An ex-BFF usually has the fan on in the room. That's because he gets hot easily. So I assumed he turned it off. I opened my eyes and glasses jumps at me. Full-on jumps at me, and I thought I was going to fall through my bed. I got up, went to his bed, got the remote for the TV because I knew I was not going back to sleep. I kind of did eventually, but I don't remember the actual falling asleep part. That house is the house that we do not speak about whatsoever. We all moved out and went our own ways. I only talk to brother now. Everyone else is either somebody that wasn't close, so we didn't keep in touch after the move, or sort of fell out with them. That house definitely changed T and X BFF. They just seemed different or off after living in that house. We have a few theories, but we won't even be able to find out why it has so many different spirits attached to the home. I hope the new owners like roommates. And I hope all of you have sweet dreams. See ya. Do you think it was a ghost or a home invasion? I live with my husband, my father-in-law, and my 3 dogs. English is not my first language, so bear with me, please. I was home alone with the dogs. One is my service dog, a gigantically oversized German shepherd, scared of nothing. So he stays with me most of the day in my bedroom, whereas the 2 girls, both big but medium-sized German shepherds and a golden retriever, they have their own room. Both rooms have doggy doors leading to the outside. Around midday, I hear the front doors open. Our house is extremely old, and it hasn't been updated since building. So the front door is incredibly loud. It creaks and it slams. It also has a metal door in front of that, which squeaks and slams with a vibration-like noise. Basically, it's a very loud and specific noise. My dog, who is sleeping, laying on his back in a deep, deep sleep. He shoots awake and he rolls over. His ears standing fully up and looking at me with the most terrified look I'd ever seen on his face. His eyes looked like they were bulging out of his head. As the footsteps started around the house, he was tilting his head, trying to figure out the noise, and kind of almost whimpered. It was like he was scared and confused. The noises got further from my room and closer to the back door, so my boy ran out. A few seconds later, after the door opened and the footsteps started, the girls ran out of their room into the yard, which is what they do when someone comes home. Once everyone was outside together, after about 4 minutes of footsteps, the 3 dogs all went to look at the back door, but all eventually went back inside, since no one was there to greet them. The footsteps continued around the house for another 15 or so minutes, till they randomly stopped. No door opening or closing to let someone out. When this was all happening, I did not think it was paranormal at all. I thought it was my father-in-law, and that my dog was just being dramatic. I sort of giggled at his facial expression. My husband came home an hour later, which is when he pointed out that there was a big puddle of pee, albeit a decent amount had soaked into the wood by now. It's where my My boy was laying on the floor. My dog is not old. He hasn't peed himself since he was 5 months old. And as a service dog, he has to be strictly potty trained and has access to the outside through his doggy door at all times. He had peed himself out of fear. I told him what happened since it explained the pee puddle. He called his father. His father had not been home. He was in fact hours away. We frantically searched the house, thinking that somebody had broken in. But nothing was gone or even moved at all. My father-in-law and husband both think it was my deceased mother-in-law. They had died in the house 16 years prior. My husband and I had an extremely bad fight the whole day before, so they think it's somewhat correlated. Although I definitely believe in the supernatural, I'm also a scientist and trying to think of anything else that it could be. But it doesn't make sense, and I'm very scared to be home alone. Weird things have been going around in my apartment, and I have some questions. For context, my great-grandparents, grandparents, and my father, and soon to even be my mother, lived in this apartment before they had me, so it's pretty old. Who knows what kind of energies are here? Nothing really happened when I was little. But when I was 10, I was hearing things fall in the kitchen, such as a cup holder and things that you keep on the table, and sounds in the balcony next to my kitchen. The small amount of activity had stopped, but it started again a few years later. That was this year. My hairbrush, it fell on its own behind me. My hairspray fell, and when I placed it back, it fell again 30 minutes later, this time more violently. It rolled to the other side of the hallway. And how? My carpet is rather thick in the hallway and started around the area it fell on. Wouldn't it stop it just from rolling? Well, I heard footsteps by my bed in the middle of the night. My merch fell from its spot twice. It had been in that spot the whole time since I got it. Why would it fall? I never mentioned it, and it was stable. So I heard something breathing in my right ear one morning. I was by my bed and it woke me up. Nothing there, which kind of made me freeze. And I got two more things that happened that are more creepy for me other than these that happened back to back. About a week ago, I got a 9-day break from school. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up. After school, naps always make you wake up at the most random times, and I didn't mind much. I turned on the lamp and spent my time eating chips, watching YouTube, and staying on my phone all the way up until 3 a.m. It got to be 3:25 a.m., and I was just laying in my bed with my chin on the pillow, phone in my hand. Well, I was the only one awake at the moment, and remember that. The kitchen is next to my bedroom. I think everybody knows the annoying sound of forks clattering against the plate when you let it down to talk or just chew. I began hearing that. I didn't mind too much, and I assumed it was my mother because, well, a few minutes prior she went and used the bathroom, so I shrugged it off. Although after a few seconds, it happened again. And then again. My blood ran cold when I looked back and I noticed that it was pitch black in the kitchen, and the sound was heard every 5 seconds. That meant that there was no one there. I checked and the noise stopped. There was nobody, and I got chills and went back to my room. After I settled in my bed, the noise started again, and the same thing happened 2 more times. I realized whatever it was playing with me and annoying me. The same kind of annoying feeling you have when a drop of water keeps falling from the faucet that just won't stop. So I sat in the kitchen for about half an hour. Then I went to my room and it stopped. don't know what that was, but I was the only one awake, and I think it knew that it was just toying with me. Why try to make me go there? And now, yesterday at 9:30, I'm in my room once more. And I was just sitting with my chin on my pillow again with my phone, until I heard the chair in the kitchen rattling, and my cat running toward me scared. I was curious, and I froze as I thought of a reasonable motive as to why that happened, and the whole time I was staring into the hallway that was dimly lit. I swear I saw the height of at least a 6-year-old child run past my room and into the kitchen. I couldn't pull my eyes away. I'm sure of what I saw. It was solid, just a shadow, but I just saw legs, arms, and you name it. Now I'm just wondering, is it attached to me? And if yes, why? What are the motives? What does it want? Is it a playful or a harmless spirit? Is it a spirit or something else? How do I make it stop? Please help. Negative spirits in my household. We need solutions. In July of 2024, I began noticing strange electrical sort of phenomena around my house. The color temperature of LED fixtures began to change. Lights would suddenly turn on, despite the fact that no one was actually, flipping the switch. Then came the bodily sensations. Initially, some ghostly thing touched my body. Then it graduated into a not unpleasant sexual encounter. Having not been previously acquainted with the paranormal or supernatural, I wasn't particularly worried. I was primarily interested that something like this was even possible, and I began to investigate it further. At present, I wish I never engaged with this phenomenon. It has absolutely drained me of my energy. It literally molests me, and it shocks my feet or prods me with the sensation of needle pricks. It prevents me from sleeping with piercing tinnitus. It walks around on the bed to further irritate me. I have gone days without sleeping, and this thing is driving me insane, no matter what I try to do to combat it. Most of the hippie stuff doesn't work, although I completely believe this is solvable. I've tried smudging and incense, and, well, that makes it worse. Meditation is no longer possible. I contact a remote spiritual healer to remove the supposed entity attachment, and so far it has not improved whatsoever. I believe this to be a spiritual phenomenon, as I used to use substances and, well, I suffered profoundly from depression. In every regard, I'm psychologically healthy, and I no longer suffer depression, which was a significant issue in the past. And I'm currently engaged in therapy, which has been extremely productive. So I'm not looking for any psychological advice. But I am looking for actionable advice, as well as a grounded explanation of what is happening to me. Is it real and seems to have a basis in the material world and is not purely resultant from my own cognitive psychological abilities? I'm looking for any advice which might give me an understanding of what has gone wrong and what I can do to prevent this thing from affecting me and my household further. Man, somebody help this poor person. Weird camping experience. Any insights? I was out camping in Canada with a friend, a boreal forest region, if that's any use. And this is something which I'd done many times before with no issues. We ran out for a weekend and had already stayed one night. We were preparing for the next night. I went off to get some firewood. I was out there for a fair bit of time, since it didn't want to run through the night, and my friend was watching the food that we were cooking. I'm not really sure how I got myself turned around, but I managed to get lost even with my flashlight. And like an idiot, I had forgotten my whistle in my other jacket pocket. For anybody who goes camping like this, don't repeat what I did, and just assume the camp isn't so far away, because I did. And I ended up much further away before I had the sense to shout. I didn't want to look like an idiot who'd gotten lost 10 feet from camp, so I just kept on. And by the way, that's how you die of hypothermia. As I'm trying to find my way, I could hear noises. I've been in the bush many times, and I'm familiar with animal sounds. But this was like an odd wail, or like a grieving sound that lasted a little bit. Not like that of a wolf howl, but something that made me feel dread right away. It was really unnerving. But at the time, I figured it was maybe a distant road sound carried through the trees, or maybe just the wind howling. It didn't sound like a cougar or anything I was familiar with. This is the point where I decided to start shouting, and listening for my friend to call back. I did have a flashlight with me, but if you've ever been in the forest with snow coming down, it can still be very difficult to see, which is why it's so hard to trust my own judgment at this point. The sounds continued again, and I saw something perched onto a rock. It looked like a canine, in a way, I guess, but its body was just too large. Didn't look like any wolf or coyote I'd seen. It had 4 legs, and its face was unnervingly angular. Its eyes were large, and it was looking at me. What scared me a lot was most animals' eyes will shine back if light hits it, but its didn't, and worse still, it didn't move when I yelled or postured at it. It was completely still and just watching me for a bit. I couldn't tell if it was black or brown or gray. I don't know why, but I started to cry. I felt sad the more it looked at me, but I can't place the feeling exactly. Like how you cry at a funeral is how I felt, like just a very oppressive emotion mixed with fear, the fear I was already feeling. Its eyes are burned into me still, and the sounds. The best way I could explain it is like they were wide and deep like the sea, searching me for something. I just turned back and started moving again, shouting until my friend found each other by our flashlights. I didn't tell him what I saw because it was just too ridiculous. I was already frightened and disoriented by the time I saw the creature. And there's a million possibilities. All I have is that feeling of dread that stayed with me, like a piece of me got taken. It never lunged or attacked or anything, it just kept waiting and kept staring. Never saw any tracks in the morning, and we left soon after that. I know it could have been anything, and that the human mind does play tricks on itself, especially since I was already primed for being scared when I got lost. But I just have this conviction that it wasn't that. It felt like I wasn't on Earth when I looked at it. Out of body, maybe. I am confident enough to say that it wasn't natural. Has anyone else seen a creature like this, or understands my description? Just a big, unnatural, fox-like thing that pulled my emotions out and terrified me. I feel like I'm insane. I know this sounds crazy, but I'm 100% sure that I've been hexed. This is gonna make me sound schizophrenic, but bear with me here. I had a really bizarre dream last night. I was in a relationship with a white Muslim woman decades older than me. They wore a blue hijab. She was not at all the type of person I would be attracted to in real life. dream, I thought she was beautiful. We attended this lecture on Rosicrucianism. That was together, and, well, Justin Bieber sat down next to me. He was kind of obviously on something, and he was hitting on me. It was pissing me off. I found the secret room in the building, and there were 3 different doors marked with the symbols of the different Abrahamic religions. I opened the door with the Star of David on it, and I found myself in a bedroom. My dad was in there, except he wasn't my dad. He was this weird, overly cheery stock photo caricature of my dad. He was trying to act normal, but he was packing a suitcase while he was talking to me. I visited a gift shop in the building with one of my friends, and there was this old guy at the counter. He was trying to sell me this crystal necklace. The crystal was black, and it looked like it had specks of blood inside it. I told my friend about this dream yesterday. She said she believed that I'd been hexed. She said that if somebody tries to force something on you or sell it to you in a dream, that's a sign you've been hexed. She also said that if something tried, or rather someone tried to feed you something, especially if it's a dessert, you have been hexed. I used to have a friend who dabbled in black magic. He had a couple of screws loose, and, well, he told me that if I ever betrayed him, he would either curse me or kill me. My ex also considered himself sort of a Satanist for a while. He was also trying to convince me to let him give me a vial of his blood, and he would beg me to give him my personal belongings, such as my clothes. Oh boy. There were a couple of strange happenings in a row at work right before I got laid off. One day I noticed that the woman at the register in front of me was staring at me. I tried to ignore it, and later my manager asked me to go over and help said woman's bag groceries, so I did. She said, "I'm sorry, I was staring at you earlier, and this is going to sound really weird, but you sound exactly like my friend who passed away." I was like, "Damn, that's crazy, I'm sorry. What was she like?" And she said, "Oh, actually, it was a guy. You just remind me of him so much for some reason." I only mention this because it's relevant to the story, but I am a detransitioner. I was on hormones for a while when I was younger, and as a result, my voice is deeper than most women's, but not crazy deep. At work, I speak in a fake, high-pitched customer service voice. I never told anybody there about my backstory. It felt like she could see right through me. The same day that incident happened, I went to go get a drink from the water fountain. That's when I noticed that there was this guy standing at the end of the aisle staring at me. Put his hand up to his face, and I swear I saw him lick it slowly, without even breaking eye contact. Very Frank from Blue Velvet-esque. This is all making me feel insane, and maybe I am insane, but I am convinced I'm being subjected to some sort of spiritual attack. Military man haunting me in my townhouse. A lot of people wanted random updates as time went on. I didn't think I'd have one so soon, but since my last post, some stuff has happened that's definitely left me a little baffled or, well, confused. For starters, last night I couldn't sleep. So just for a bit of giggle, I bedazzled a couple of my Hello Kitty coasters and put them on his table. What better combo than a cigarette and a cold beer? And of course, everybody needs a Hello Kitty coaster for their cold beer. So I made him 2, put them on his table. If he didn't like them, it would be no problem. I'd just remove them. I walked back upstairs and I sat in my gaming chair. Maybe 2 hours passed by before anything happened. I always keep my bedroom door closed. That's because I like it that way. I heard 2 knocks and they're pretty loud, but lights were still off, and I got a little bit worried that he didn't think my joke was funny, so I immediately went downstairs to take the coasters back. They were both side to side by his ashtray, one on the left of it and one on the right. I take that as a sign that maybe he did like them because I had simply just put them together in front of his ashtray. But the thing that's genuinely confusing me is that I don't know where to go from here. I'm a big Call of Duty fan and always have been since I was a little girl. So, I grew up with a rough older brother, and that'll kind of do that. So, I own a set of dog tags that belong to the character Keegan Russ. I wear the dog tags 24/7, never take them off. Just a habit I have. I woke up this morning to my tags missing. I immediately thought that they finally broke, so I searched my bed only to find nothing. I scoured my room trying to find these dog tags for at least an hour before I finally gave up and just added them back into my cart to buy again. I continued with my morning and did random things before I went downstairs. And lo and behold, there, smack dab right in the middle of the table in the ashtray. I stood there because I didn't know if maybe that was his way of taking them, or if for any reason he thought maybe they were his somehow. I left them in the ashtray because I'm not sure if this was just a funny little retaliation to my joke, or maybe there's some sort of attachment there with them. If he wants them, he can have them. No problem at all. I guess I'm just extremely curious as to what to do now about it. Any input would be wonderful, because I'm super curious about what the situation could be on this. Something has been attached to my father and I for 10 years. Hi there. I'm a 21-year-old male from the Southwest. Lived alone with my dad for, going on 15 years now. For some context, my dad is not a superstitious person, nor does he believe in the paranormal. My dad served in Desert Storm and the liberation of Kuwait. When he came back and started a family, he kept a box of stuff he found and took from those countries during his tours. One of these things is an old gas mask that was taken from a POW, along with a ton of random memorabilia and knickknacks, most of which are in Arabic or are extremely weathered. Ever since I was a kid, my dad's room gave me the creeps. My hair would stand up on the back of my neck, and I always felt the urge to run when I had my back turned to his door. After our first out of 4 moves, it got worse. When I was around 12, we changed apartments. I started to notice that cupboards were being left open and things would bump around in his room, especially in his closet. This was basically all the time when he wasn't home. And eventually, before he moved out of those apartments, I saw his bedroom door open by itself when I was home alone. Once we moved out of that place, into a condo, everything just stopped. For almost a full year, there wasn't a lick of anything supernatural or weird until we started backing up to move for our 3rd time. And that's when I found that goddamn box. At first, it just looked like a box for comic books. So I assumed that's what it was, and during the moving process, I ended up opening it. After taking the top off of the box, everything immediately felt off. It was like I was doing something I shouldn't have done. That's when I found all the junk in there. I thought nothing of it, and we moved in, along with everything else, into the new place. For some context, the 3rd place that we ended up moving to was 2 floors. The master, the guest, the second guest bedrooms were upstairs, and the guest being directly next to mine. During the unpacking phase, my dad ended up moving that box into the guest bedroom. I noticed almost overnight that this room felt normal for once. I felt totally fine in there, but the guest bedroom made me feel sick to be inside of it. After we got settled in, a few incidents occurred in which neither me nor my girlfriend can explain. The first being noises from downstairs. While we were peeking out of the doorframe of the guest bedroom at a perfect 45-degree angle. Within a couple of seconds, I literally watched the fucking thing slowly move back into the room. I was freaked out, so I was pissed. I tried to get back to my room as fast as possible. I looked at the room on my way back to my own. I noticed in place of the 3 to 4 foot thing, it was now around 6 feet tall, with half of its body emerging from the doorway. According to my girlfriend, later that night around 2, she went to the bathroom to grab some tissues. She said that she saw the lights on this room and the door half open, which was odd to say the least because nobody goes in there. And tonight we both witnessed my bathroom lights turn on by themselves. I started to get this feeling like I'm unwelcome in my own home. Does anybody know what I should do? I fear it'll keep getting worse, and I'm not gonna lie. Seeing shadowy figures when I'm walking through the hallways at night makes me feel kinda icky. Just involuntarily astral projected again. WTF. I tried to train myself to astral project. That was when I was 12, and as a result, I ended up getting really good at lucid dreaming. I can also astral project, but I can never control when it happens. Usually, I have limited control over my quote-unquote movements when it does happen. It feels a lot different than a lucid dream, though. It's hard to explain. But when this happens, I can feel myself rise out of my body. Sometimes I immediately get transported to somewhere else. Sometimes I don't. Can't control this either. Before I was even close to falling asleep for the nap I just tried to take, I just rose out of my body. I got transported to a road that ran through some wilderness. Someplace where it was nighttime. And by the way, it's the afternoon where I'm at. So I was flying fast down and above the road, but it felt like somebody else was pulling me. Since I knew what was happening, I said out loud, "I know I'm astral projecting again. Can I please be in control this time?" And I was gently placed back into the ground, on my feet. I began to just walk to try to explore, because for once I wasn't terrified about what was happening. I was actually interested in exploring my surroundings. Then, quite rudely, I was transported right back to my body again. It was like I was laying down where it was, but I wasn't in my body, if that makes sense. You would think this next part was sleep paralysis. But no, I get that too. The feeling is remarkably different. I looked over to the side of my head, and a white, bald guy in blue scrubs was standing over my bed and watching me. I yelled, "What the fuck?" Then I just sat up. And this is the difference with sleep paralysis. You can't move at all. But with astral projection, you can move your spirit. He seemed kind of shocked that I saw him. Like he just got caught. He backed up toward my bedroom door. So I shouted at him again, "Who are you? Get out, leave. You're not welcome here." As you do if a ghost is bothering you. He made the arm motions that said, "Okay, okay, okay." You know, similar to the "I surrender" gesture. He bowed and walked out of the door. And as he bowed, the space where the top half of his body moved from, it was black like a shadow. Then I just rose out of my body by my choice this time and floated around the room and saw my body still in my bed. Started getting that panicky feeling I usually do when I astral project, that I'll die if I don't return to my body immediately. So I floated right back to it. I got back in, and a few seconds later, I was able to quote-unquote wake up again. This whole ordeal took maybe half an hour. I was a little more in control this time than I normally am. And this is the first time I had absolutely no trouble getting back into my body once I tried to. But who or what was that guy in the blue scrubs? Mind you, that's no sleep paralysis demon. He looked normal. And he was kind of pathetic, not scary at all. Plus, I don't get paralysis demons when I get sleep paralysis anyways. night in the Appalachians. So my girlfriend and her friends invited me to stay at a small cabin near bed and breakfast. It's in the Appalachian Mountains near Seven Devils. The idea was to just go up there to enjoy some snow tubing, and then maybe some light drinking, hot tub, and board games in the cabin afterwards. So the cabin was pretty high up in the mountain, and the drive up to it was kind of scary. Single car length road for the most part. No railings on the side of the road, so if you were on the side of the truck, which we'd rented a Ford WD to make the drive up, thank goodness. Four-wheel drive. It was a sheer drop on that side. Sure, if we drove off the road, we'd likely be stopped by some trees on the way down. But still a bit nerve-wracking. Another thing was some of the trees on the trail had faces on them for decoration. I think they were supposed to look cute, but they just looked kind of unnerving for most of us. Really should have taken pictures, but was too anxious during the climb. The cabin itself was almost at the top of the mountain and fairly small. A small living room with a very tiny and narrow kitchen and 2 bedrooms. Hot tub on the lower porch because the cabin itself was basically in the 2nd floor, so you had to go up the stairway to get into it. Key to the cabin was a lockbox, so no special door lock option, just an old-fashioned cabin. We came back in after snow tubing, and then after dinner, and others drank enough to get buzzed, whilst I only had a glass of wine, since I have a condition that makes it dangerous to get too much alcohol in my system, so relatively sober. I enjoyed the hot tub as planned, witnessed a beautiful shooting star, then played board games after that until maybe 1 a.m. That's when we all went to bed. I woke up a little bit after 4 a.m. because I was suddenly sweating. Then I felt kind of unsettled. I decided I need to go to the bathroom, so I got up, left the bedroom, and nothing seemed to miss. So I used the bathroom. When I left the bathroom, the front door was wide open. Naturally, I felt immediately uneasy. But again, this was a small cabin, so there was nowhere for any intruder to hide. I could easily see the entire interior of the cabin from the tiny hallway. I decided maybe the last person through the door last night after the hot tub didn't fully close the door and lock it. At least appropriately. That's because there is a sign by the door that says, "Close door firmly." And it was fairly windy outside. I mean, that wind was howling out there. So I go over to the door and I close it, making sure that it's firmly shut enough that the doorway kind of fully locks it. I even jiggle the handle a few times and try to see if it'll open when locked. It doesn't budge, so I start to head back to the room. Then I hear the door rattle a little bit and I turn around and stare at it. I watch the lock itself turn. Then the door opens and it doesn't slam open from the wind, it just slowly swung open. I stayed extremely still because, of course, well, that was crazy. The door has a huge clear window on it with no curtains. And a big window beside it, too. That also doesn't have curtains, and there's absolutely no one on the other side of it. There's no way someone could have ducked out of view, either hurried away from the door after pushing it open either. That's because they would have had to make a lot of noise hurrying down the steps to get off the walkway. Like I said, it was an old-fashioned door as well with a simple lock and knob, no electronic buttons or anything to unlock or lock the buttons or even remotely do it. So after getting the nerves to close the door again and locking it firmly, nothing else happened that night. Couldn't really go back to sleep though because I was just too scared to do so. The following morning I told the others about it and they were pretty spooked too. But otherwise glad that we were only staying that one night. Before we packed up the truck to leave, there was this strange knocking noise coming from the surrounding woods. Not like somebody knocking on a wall or knocking on a door. It was like a deep, hollow-sounding knock. It only knocked twice, stopped for a while, then it would do it again. Maybe it was just trees knocking together. reason to run. We could have easily fallen off a cliff or something in the pitch-black darkness outside. It reminds me of a place in the Appalachians I'd been where all of the trees were upside down. That was a weird one. It was made of static and void. For the longest time, since the age of about 6 years old, I've experienced sleep paralysis. Before it started happening, I experienced a really terrible dream of a tall, humanoid-shaped monster that was fully black. Not a shadow figure, not a person shrouded in darkness. This thing was made of void. Basically, in a dream I heard a loud roar. It was outside my 2-story bedroom window. I looked outside and I saw this thing standing underneath a corner street lamp. No visible features beside it being tall, like maybe 8 foot. It was a humanoid in frame and the roaring noise was coming straight from it. I would then run downstairs and my family would surround me like they were trying to guard me from this thing. But each time I turned around, a family member would vanish, and then once they were all gone, everything would go black. This roaring got louder and then I'd wake up. I would only experience this dream once, but it got followed first by brief bouts of what I feel is astral projection, or perhaps out-of-body experience, which only occurred in my grandma's house for some reason. I would wake up and see myself in bed and then feel this sort of pulling sensation. It would lead me to the front door. I would stare at them and feel the sensation that something was on the other side of the door and wanted me to come outside. Nothing spoke and there was no noise, but I felt this draining and foreboding sensation when I stood looking at the door. I would wake up extra tired the following day. This was a reoccurring experience, and it was only at my grandmother's house, which I fully believe was haunted, and I can explain that later. The sleep paralysis was far more random. Like once a year at first, I wouldn't see anything. I would just experience the horrible panic of being unable to move. My heart would be racing, my chest feeling heavy, and the feeling like really hot and uncomfortable. That eventually I'd see that void creature in the dream I had when I was 6. It never did anything. It was silent this time. But there was a fuzzy, crackling noise coming from it. It was like static. And again, it looked as if my hand would disappear if I were to try and reach out and touch it. Each time I would have sleep paralysis, it would be closer to me. Like it was just inching closer each time I had an episode. The last and final time I saw it, I was 21, and it had actually been a couple of years since I experienced sleep paralysis. So I had brushed it off for the longest time. But one night I woke up feeling extremely hot, and the void figure was just standing directly next to my bed looking down at me with this bright burning red eye. The room itself was also a hazy, deep red, as if I was in a photography darkroom. The static noise was pretty loud. It sounded like this thing was speaking. I couldn't make out any actual words. His voice was deep and kind of had a vibration to it. Oddly enough, I didn't feel fear as I stared up at it. I just stared at it for what felt like maybe a minute. Then closed my eyes and went back to sleep, as if I just couldn't be bothered with it. I didn't even remember it until midday the following day, and that's when I was scared. But nothing further happened after that. At least for a while. No sleep paralysis, no void figure in dreams, nothing. It just stopped. It wasn't until I was about 30 that something happened that shook me up pretty badly. I was married at the time, and my husband worked overnight, so I'd be at home by myself and sleeping. I need some kind of white noise in order to sleep, and that usually comes in the form of a fan being on. I woke up because the fan turned off, and it wasn't uncommon for the power to go out randomly in our area, at least for an hour or so in the middle of the night. So I merely sat up in bed for a moment out of confusion. For a split second, I thought I heard what sounded like a quiet growl from underneath my bed. By the way, I don't have any pets at the time. I brushed it off because it was so quiet, and I figured I must still be out of it from sleeping. But I got up with the intention to go to the kitchen to see if the oven light was blinking. That's because that usually indicated the power simply went out. The second I opened the bedroom door, there was that deafening roar from the nightmare when I was 6. Everything in the house turned red. My only thought was to run out the front door. But when I did, I ran right out of my bedroom again like I was caught in some kind of a loop. I couldn't leave the house. The roar was getting louder, and it was just making me start to panic, like, let me out, go away, wake up. I keep repeating when I finally stopped by the front door and just held the doorknob. I could feel sharp claws dragging down the back of my neck, and then I woke up. I was drenched in cold sweat, and I was stuck in bed for a while because I was afraid to move. But eventually, I got the courage to get up and turn on every light in the house. Definitely the most vivid nightmare I've ever had. I'm almost 34 now, got out of a toxic and unfaithful marriage, and currently doing a lot better on my own. There were a lot of negative people in my life before, and since having them cut out of my life, and, well, maybe that plays a part in this. That's because I haven't had anything like that really happen since. Then again, I've had years of dry spells before. I don't get nightmares quite like that anymore, none involving the void being at least. Who knows, maybe my cats play a role since they sleep right next to me every night, and in a way I feel like they ward off bad things. I fully believe I've been haunted by something that preyed on me when I was the most vulnerable in my life. I just hope I never experience it again. Had a baby recently and creepy dreams. I had my baby in November, and I've had a few odd dreams. So I've had the normal encounters with my baby. Baby can see deceased relatives. I had a dream with my dad, who's deceased, walking through the kitchen, seeming to grab tomato or bananas from a basket. I remember saying, Dad, 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 turn around and look at me. But it's like he didn't know I was there. That's the only dream I've had of my dad recently. Passed away in 2012, and occasionally I'll see him in my dreams. The bad, creepy dreams, well, I've had 2 dreams so far, something I can't see trying to grab or take my baby. In one dream, a ghost distracts me in my bathroom. Then I think, my baby, and I walk out, and there's 3 versions of my daughter. Literally 3 of her. I pick them all up and keep them close to me. These dreams have happened in the past month. My baby has night terrors sometimes, and I know it's quote-unquote normal. But I've always had very trippy dreams, even an out-of-body experience before. And so I wonder if my baby inherited that. My mom said that I have fortune teller dreams. English is not her first language. My mom warned me to not go to a cemetery. She said something will follow me out. I've never been to one. My daughter, I observe her when she sleeps in my arms, and her eyes will roll up in her head quickly, and she'll begin to squeal like she's really scared. I kiss her and I say, I'm here, the ghost can't get you, don't worry. Then she goes back to sleep. Also, my mother-in-law had a night terror where she said she saw me walk through her bedroom and out the door. She said that she's never had sleep paralysis before or dreamed like that one. She's in her 50s. At my mother laying in the hammock near the base of the falls, I could hear the sounds of the waterfall echoing off of many of the nearby surfaces. Thousands of varying surfaces reflected the already thunderous clamor of the falls and began to undulate into a strange pattern. The changes were so subtle and sounded so real, yet within my mind. The clamor of the water and its reflected sounds evolved slowly into the chirping of frogs, which in time became the beating of a drum, then a chant that picked up tempo and became more of a wail and scream. The experience was startling, and I was having a hard time believing what I had experienced. It seemed as though I had simply hallucinated the experience, so I chalked it up to a trick of the mind and slept it off. In the morning, I mentioned to my camping buddy that I had hallucinated, and he gave me a very peculiar look and said he heard very much the same thing. This really threw me for a loop. I would go on to mention this experience to other people, and a few folks verified that the Lewis River and the forest on the other side were haunted. I went back and I camped again. I was with the same guy. Actually, and an additional friend, so a year or so later, farther downstream. Heard the same thing again, but I don't think either of them heard it. Anyone ever hear anything like this or know much about the Lewis River being haunted? It's in Gifford Pinchot National Forest in Washington. Sounds like it could be a, what do they call those? Oh boy, what is it? Oh, a fisher. It's an animal called a fisher, perhaps. Or it could be something more spooky. Ghost Boy Saves My Life. Freshman PE, swimming unit. I'm hanging out in the pool with my friend and some of the rest of my classmates, and I decided I want to see how long I could hold my breath. So I plunged underwater and proceeded to push all the air out of my lungs and just sit there in the bottom of the pool. All I could hear was the pounding of my own heartbeat. And that's when all of a sudden I hear the voice of a young boy say out loud and clear, "Please breathe." I leap out of the water and I look around thinking it was one of my classmates, but no one was even near me. I told my friend about the experience, and he was just as tripped out as I was. Although it was weird, I just put it off and I proceeded with my day. A week later, I'm waiting to get picked up after school in a different spot than I usually did. This spot was at the bottom of the hill, right next to the gym and pool. My mom had been running late, so I was just wandering around to kill time. That's when I noticed a memorial rock. Thought it was strange that there's a memorial rock in such a random place by the gym. I'd assumed it was for a student. I looked closer and read the name Zerky Rainey. Thinking it was interesting and kind of sad, I took a picture of it, sent it to my friend. Same one from the pool. He texted me back almost immediately with a chilling message. "Look at the death date." I looked down and I read it. My heart stopped and I went cold and my body went completely numb. The death date said September 12th. The exact same day I'd had the experience in the pool where a young boy had told me to breathe. Naturally, when I got home, I pulled out my computer and looked up Zerky Rainey. Turns out he was a 4-year-old boy who was run over by a truck right there where the plaque stood. I always felt like that day I had scared the boy into thinking I would die, just like he did. Obviously, I was nowhere near drowning, but a 4-year-old wouldn't know that. The voice was so clearly a young boy, and I'll never be able to understand or not hear it again. His father actually wrote a book called Letters to Zerky, which I read. It's a beautifully sad novel. I'll never shake the feeling that that little boy saved my life. crooked man in the woods wants me to join him. Growing up, I spent a lot of time living with my grandma at her place. Now, for context, my grandma did not live in a house. She lived in a cabin in the middle of the woods, completely off-grid on a multi-acre property. No power, no water, nothing. There was a generator that we would use for about an hour a day to use basic amenities and whatnot. But for the most part, it was dark and cold. Living off-grid also means that there's no bathrooms, only outhouses. So, that being said, anytime you needed to use the restroom, you had to walk a pretty long distance from the cabin to the outhouse. Maybe about a football's field in length or so. During the daytime, it's not a problem at all. You can see it's not really as intense. However, at night is a different story. One night while I'm staying with her, I had woken up desperately needing to pee. Usually, if I needed to go in the middle of the night, she wanted me to wake her up so she could walk me. But I was feeling independent, or as independent as 10-year-old me can feel. Quietly, got out of bed, made my way to the door. Grabbing a flashlight as I went, I started walking through the dense woods to the outhouse. That's when I heard a branch snap in the distance. Now, at this point, I was already deeply regretting not waking my grandma up to walk with me. But hearing an animal or something walk not 40 feet from me scared me, so I just froze. My mind immediately went to thinking it was a mountain lion or another aggressive animal. When I pointed my flashlight in the direction of the sound, my heart hit the floor. There, standing less than a rock's throw away, was a person. I was completely frozen in place, not being able to process what I was seeing. It wasn't a normal person. Something was wrong, very wrong. Their face was contorted into a vile grin, teeth bared, neck tilted. They were standing weird, their stance wide but their shoulders hunched, with that tilted neck. It looked unnatural. At this point, I'm not even sure it was breathing. I remember the flashlight in my hand shaking so bad I couldn't tell if the figure was moving closer to me or if it was just a trick of the light. And that's when it started to beckon me. Its contorted body began moving its arm, trying to summon me to it. It was like watching somebody try to beckon their pet. And while it did this, it grinned widened, and it was impossibly wide. Its head seemed to fall even more to the side, almost at a complete inverted angle, like its neck was broken. I was horrified. It was at that moment that the fear seemed to shake the shock from my body, and I broke into a full sprint. In classic horror movie fashion, I tripped and dropped my flashlight, but that didn't stop me. I bounced off the ground and continued to run for my life, blasting through the front door so hard I fell to the ground inside the cabin. My grandma woke to this and came sprinting inside to see what the hell was going on. Breathlessly, with tears streaming down my face, I said nothing and just pointed. There, outside with the flashlights, was perfectly illuminating it, was the crooked man, still beckoning me with its hand. My grandma's reaction to this was honestly the scariest part. She seemed utterly unaffected, proceeded to open the front door, much to my screaming disapproval. She walked down the front porch into the dark, began yelling at the man. "I told you to leave. You're not welcome here," she said. Not moving on this one thing, but scaring my granddaughter is my last straw. Leave before I make you leave. And with that, she came back into the cabin and locked the door. I stood there in complete shock. "Grandma, why is that man at your house?" The fear was still sort of riddling my body, and her response made my body run cold. "He used to live here, but he died. How did he die, Grandma? I asked. My grandma, the ever-so-honest woman, she says, and she was telling me exactly how. He hung himself in those trees over there, and that seems to be where he stays. The Ouija board in haunted cemetery. For some backstory, this happened in Greenwood Cemetery in Spokane, Washington. The Greenwood Cemetery here is locally famous for being haunted. There's a specific old broken staircase leading into the cemetery called 1,000 Steps. Many people in my city have stories about seeing entities on these steps and feeling odd and depressed while walking up them. My story doesn't take place on the steps, but rather in the actual cemetery. My friends and I did use the 1,000 Steps entrance to enter the cemetery. This happened 3 or 4 years ago, 2021 or 22. A group of friends and I, 2 male and 1 female, we decided we'd go to the Greenwood Cemetery and bring a Ouija board. I'ma be so real, the idea for the Ouija board was 100% mine. I used to play with them semi-often, and this is the only experience I've had that actually frightened me. My friends and I walked around a bit and looked at the headstones. My friend, a female, and I decided we wanted to have a picture taken of us together. So our other friend, the male one, took a photo of us. Immediately after the photo was taken, male one showed us the weird entity standing behind me in the photo. In the picture, I'd blocked out my friend because I'm really not sure if she'd want to be associated with this online. We began looking in the area behind where we had taken the photo for anything that could have caused the shadow-looking thing behind me. Male one decided to take a picture of the area directly behind us, see if anything would pop up again. Nothing did. In the first photo, the entity photo on the right side of me, you can see the headstone of the second photo slightly sort of beside my legs, although I'm blocking majority of the headstone. After we decided, yeah, no, that's definitely a ghost, we moved closer to the way we came in. There is a large cement circle on the ground, probably 10 or 15 feet in diameter. We all sat there and talked for a bit. I brought out the Ouija board and I asked if anybody wanted to try it with me. Turns out I'm the dumb white person from every horror movie ever. And that's because every friend present said no. We were all a bit on edge due to that picture. I decided I'd play it by myself. Dumb idea. I'm a very observant person and down-to-earth person. I usually notice things that are weird before my friends do. But for some reason, while playing with the Ouija board that night, felt like my brain had gone a bit fuzzy. Almost like my defenses were completely lowered as soon as my fingers were on the planchette. I began asking my typical Ouija board questions. Is anyone with me? Am I alone? How old are you? Did you live on Earth as a human? Etc. The spirit only sliding the planchette to yes or the letter U. I didn't catch on, but my friends did. I asked the spirit, is there something you'd like to tell us? The planchette circled the letter U again. I asked, is there something you want? Once again, circled to U. I still at this didn't fully realize what the spirit was saying. I asked, do you mean someone in my group? It circled you. I asked, do you mean you as in myself? I can't remember if my friends let the spirit answer or if they made me say goodbye before we got an answer. They were terrified and, well, rightfully so. I ended the Ouija board, and as soon as my hands were off the planchette, I felt immediately Right after that, male number 2, who I was the closest to at the time, couldn't stop commenting on how weird it was that I didn't end the game the first time it said you. And, well, how it was completely out of character for me to not have an ounce of anxiety while playing that game. Still don't know if the entity in the picture and the spirit I talked to were the same. And honestly, I don't care to find out. I wish there was more to the story, but alas, I don't think anything's attached to me. I don't have any unusual things happening after this. A ghost story or not, weirdest thing that ever happened to me. So I grew up in a semi-detached house. I don't know if you guys in the US have this term, but it's where houses are built in pairs as one building. They share a single wall in the center, but they're otherwise totally separate houses. Anyway, when my parents moved in, there was no fence between our house and the adjoining one. That was in the back garden, or rather just a single wire. They hardly ever saw the neighbor to begin with. If he was out in the garden when they went out, he would zip inside. He was something of a recluse, maybe in his early 50s. That was until one night my father had a bonfire in the garden. He noticed this guy in the shadows. He called to the guy, who came over and joined him at the fire. The chap's name was Jack. He was a very interesting character. He worked on the railways, and this was the early 80s. Don't recall exactly what, but it was something involving a lot of manual labor. He had built a machine workshop in his garden, all powered by a big coal-fueled steam boiler. I was too young to remember much, but apparently it was quite something to behold. He was a lonely single guy, but soon became a good friend of the family. We could just go over there and hang out, run between the gardens as we pleased, because he enjoyed the company. He was actually a really nice guy. Anyway, roll on a few years, and there's a giant thunderstorm. The next morning, Jack was found on the pavement between his house and ours. He had a heart attack, and it looks like he was trying to get our house for help or get to it. My parents realized after the fact that he'd been banging on the wall for help, but the commotion of the storm. They just had heard the noise, but not really put two and two together that the neighbor was trying to make contact. Shortly after, a new couple moved in. I was over there one evening, maybe 2 or 3 years after that fateful night. I was babysitting their baby. They were upstairs in a cot while I was downstairs watching MTV with the volume pretty low. As I'm sitting there, a tune begins to play, but it's not on the TV, it's to the right of me, and I swear it's the sound of tapping on a small wooden table. It's only a few feet away from me. I look over to the noise, to the table, then sit there almost frozen as the notes play. Their cat is walking past. It stops, looks in the direction of the table too, and this goes on for what feels like a long 15 seconds. I'm sat there almost frozen. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing on end, and I have the feeling of someone walking over my grave. The feeling isn't terror, but let's say I'm on hyper alert. The feeling passes quickly. I regain my composure. Go over to the table, tap my finger on it, and it definitely sounds just the same as the notes I was hearing. But I wasn't able to produce different notes by varying my tap like the noises I heard previously. It was sunset, not dark outside. I walked around the house, checked all the doors, which were all locked. Baby was still sound asleep in the cot. No way it could get out and no one else was in the house. I remain in the house until the parents return around midnight. I don't feel nervous, but all these years later, it's still an odd experience. I don't know how to really pigeonhole it. I don't read any more into the feeling of walking up my grave than a biological response to something unexpected and alarming in the moment. A communication from a deceased neighbor beyond the grave? Makes the story a little more interesting, I guess. I don't really read into that either, but it was an odd experience that remains a vivid memory to this day. Welcome to Paranormal M, your portal to haunting mysteries and spine-chilling tales. Subscribe now and tap the bell. Stay updated on our captivating episodes. Are you ready to embrace the unexplained, weird, animal-like thing? Since I'm a kid, I've been susceptible to all energy, or whatever you'd like to call it. After I started living with my boyfriend, who's also pretty susceptible himself, we've been learning more regarding the paranormal stuff. So, for the last 2 or 3 years, we were able to feel the atmosphere, like where we live if said energy was bad or spooky. We think that maybe some sort of portal opens up, and it allows things to get wild. As when we get that feeling, awful things happen in our city. Like violent crimes, abuses, and fires, and you name it. I'll get into the portal thing in the next paragraph. The first time I saw something weird, I was with a friend walking my dog. It was almost midnight, and we felt observed. We were at a parking lot. My dog was nervous. She was looking behind her all the time, and she was silent, which is pretty rare as she's a Shih Tzu, and God knows they're insufferable little creatures when barking. We decided to go back home. As we were walking toward the exit, and we saw this polar bear kind of an animal. It was big, like really big. And the thing was extremely fast, but it seemed hairy, white, and skinny. The head reached the top of a car window nearby, and the legs were outwards. I don't really know how to explain it, but it looked like the knee bent backwards. It had a hairy tail, and the hair was silk-like. I didn't get a really good nor bad feeling about it. It just weirded me out. It looked like an animal with no intrinsically moral compass. My friend, who doesn't believe in paranormal, asked me if I saw the same. I said yeah, which confirmed that I'm not crazy. A year or so later, I was at my window with my boyfriend. We were drinking tea while looking at the moon and talking. The night was quiet, and we felt peace. We were facing the same parking lot. This time, the night was clear. It was a full moon. And suddenly, my boyfriend points between 2 cars and says there's a big dog there. I take a look, and we both realize it is not a normal animal. It had a soft glow to it. The thing ran fast again, disappeared in less than 3 seconds. But it seemed fatter than the last time. I told my boyfriend about what happened with my friend, and we tried to figure out what was that thing. Last week, the atmosphere was feeling awful again. There was an increase in paranormal activity around us, and we had to seal our home to avoid bad energies. We were out with our now 2 dogs, and our youngest started bawling. He was scared, but trying to put a brave front. We looked in the same direction, and the same animal-like white figure ran extremely fast. And this time, with no cars hiding it, the thing ran toward another direction. Not where it ran the 2 previous times. This time, we were able to see the animal closer, and the fur looked almost like feathers. But it looked like a mammal. I really don't know. All the times we couldn't remember the head and face of the animal body. We believe some portal opened up and allowed bad things to enter this realm, and in the process, some quote-unquote animals roamed free. If you inviting back that negative stuff into your life, but amplified. The threefold rule is part of the law of return. Energy boomerangs. It's not about some cosmic judge smiting you. It's just a natural consequence of how energy flows. And here's where it gets real. Spewing negativity doesn't just bounce back. It opens doors. You're not just piling bad vibes on yourself. You're practically rolling out a welcome mat for something darker. Evil, chaos, bad luck, random sickness, unexpected expenses. And there are things that thrive on bitterness and hate. You're feeding them, giving them a foothold. There's people in these subs who genuinely have real gifts like intuition or insight or sight, and have had experiences that don't fit the everyday mold. It's what makes subs like this so different. But not everyone's gonna vibe with that, and I guess that's okay. If something doesn't click for you, asking for clarification can keep things chill and open up a real discussion. Like, hey, can you tell me more about that? It's simple, but it works. Especially when somebody's asking something that doesn't make sense to you. That's because it's meant for the OP. Another clue is if OP never responds. That's usually because they freak out at the accuracy or are caught in their lie. If you don't know how to ask for clarification or don't want to, it's best to just step back and not engage. There's no point in feeding the negativity or worse, inviting something you can't uninvite. It's risky. I see so much negativity on Reddit, especially in paranormal corners, and it often comes from people who don't get it, don't have the context, or think that they do get it. Ignorance or arrogance aren't crimes, but they don't have to turn into a flame war either. We can keep this space better by lifting each other up instead of tearing down, or worse, cracking the door for something truly nasty to slip through. I saw somebody adamantly arguing and name-calling who within a week posted elsewhere that they'd lost their job because they had no sick leave. They didn't have a way to pay rent. Someone else with a similar attitude got kicked out of school and their mom passed suddenly. A quote-unquote ghost hunter got their show canceled, and they should know better. Another went to a demon sub to see how they could get rid of the demon they had attracted and had no idea how they attracted it and so on. Actions have consequences. I know it's hard to be nice, that's the point. All these negative entities have influence. If you understand that, you'll save yourself some trouble. Be strong. Don't give in to temptation. And if you must be mean, just know that there's always consequences, and sometimes they come when you least expect them. That's because giving you a false sense of security increases the shock factor and the negative emotions associated. Voices in the hangar. I was at an airfield. It's called Throckmorton in Worcestershire. We use this airfield as a training site for driver training, and I keep a number of the training fleet there, primarily stored in Hangar 1. At about 8:30 in this morning, I let myself in, and because the rain was hammering and the wind was blowing, I closed the larger roller shutter door behind me. Today, Hangar 1 has 12 4x4 vehicles of various makes all parked in a line. Their rears are about a meter away from the hangar wall. 10 minutes later, I've got my head in the back of a shotgun, taking an inventory of its contents while I distinctly heard a male voice with a northern accent. It called out, "Okay, give it a try now." As I'm the only person in the hangar, I was a little surprised to hear this. I look up and down the line of vehicles, but I see nobody. So I walk to the front and also see the rest of the hangar, and it's sort of patiently obvious I'm the only person here. So I venture, hello? But I only get silence back. Now, I grew up with ghostly goings-on. Voices and doors closing mysteriously when no one's about. It's never bothered me before. But I'm getting spooked. I open the shutter door. It's a loud, clanking monstrosity you can drive a Cessna through. So nobody's come or gone without me noticing. Now I'm really getting spooked. So I quickly jump in my car and I just head off to the main gate to see Darren, the site's facilities manager. Darren immediately sees that I'm not my usual bubbly self, and I tell him the story. Yeah, that makes sense, he says, before telling me that during World War II, Throckmorton was a base for Wellington bombers. On one occasion, a Wellington was having engine trouble, so they pushed it back into the hangar. They started to have a look at it. One mechanic was on the wing. He was tinkering under and cowling, and his mate was standing by on the ground next to the prop. When the mechanic on the wing told his mate to give it a try, the other swung the prop. The engine started immediately, and the lad overbalanced and fell toward the blades, which made short work of him. Darren went on to say stuff often goes missing in this hangar number 1, and later on reappears a few days or maybe even a week later, or it gets moved about. But voices are very unusual. I had to go back and I kept the roller door open and the engine on my car idling. Creepy old lady. So this is a repeating pattern I've noticed, ever since I started living in apartments. In my very first apartment, the year 2000, I just moved away from home and I was living with my new husband. There was an elderly woman that lived in the same complex, and from our patio we could see her watering her flowers down to the left of us. After living there for about a year, we heard this huge commotion outside. There was a fire truck and sirens, and we could hear screaming. When we looked outside, we could see the fire department trying to break into the same unit the weird old lady lived in. She had called 911, and she had barricaded herself inside the house. They informed her that they could not leave until they'd cleared this apartment. We could hear her screaming, "No, I will not open it, leave now," over and over. Eventually, the office manager came down and said she would open it with a key. That's because the firemen were starting to go to the front door with an axe to get inside. I can still see the leasing manager opening the door and running backwards to let the firemen in quickly. Once they were in, they were able to clear the unit quickly. There was no fire, and the old woman refused to give an explanation as to why she would call for help and then lock herself inside. So we just kind of shrugged it off. We only lived in this apartment for 2 years, and in that time, we discovered that the flowers she lovingly cared for on her deck were indeed plastic. She had them in a pot with dirt and wrapped them around a fence. But when we noticed that she had blooms in the middle of winter, sort of walked by her unit and noticed that they had been glued and placed there. They were faded, but she kept the dirt in the pot wet. I like this lady. When we finally decided to move, we had relatives in and out of the apartment helping load stuff up. My sister-in-law asked me who the old lady was outside. Thinking nothing of it, I said, "What old lady?" And I went to take a look. The old woman from the other unit was standing out in the middle of the road. She was wearing nothing but a house dress. She was barefoot and messy, unkempt hair. She had a blank stare. I tried not to make anything out of it and mostly just tried to ignore her. People moved in and out of the complex every day. She had never done this. She wanted to know where we downward spiral. Relatives dying, losing my job, things like that. Basically, the next 2 years, our next apartment just sucked. So, well, we got out of there. We moved into our third apartment. And here's where it gets weird. I'm out, I'm walking my dog. And way in the distance, I see an old lady in a little house dress. She walks out of one of the units and slowly walks into the middle of the road. The whole time, I could swear that she sees me, looking right at me. Actually gave me chills. But I told myself, this lady's far away on the other side of the tennis courts. No way she can see me. But I was wrong. I was so weirded out by the fact that there was no one else around in the middle of this nice spring afternoon. I almost turned around and backtracked, just to get away. I told myself I was being paranoid again, that there was no way this woman could be looking at me. So we got right into the lot, tried behaving as if there wasn't somebody standing alone in the middle of the road, and tried to walk around her. She just starts talking. As we're trying to quickly walk away, she didn't even address us, just, "That's your dog? I haven't seen you. Where do you live?" So I figured this lady is nuts and off her meds. I just started walking faster. I figured maybe she doesn't like dogs, and, well, I've had people complain that they don't like animals, so I shrug it off and keep moving. I hear her still talking behind me, and after we had walked well past her, something about dogs. Never got that image out of my head, and even weirder, we go to that park every day. Never saw her or anyone matching that description again. Less than a year later, our dog died. He got sick around the time that we saw this creepy old lady. I again lost my job for different reasons. But the timing was the same, and we again had a death in the family. Very loud, sir. Relax yourself. Now my question is it possible to see an entity related to bad times coming? Or is the entity something that can cause a curse? I know it sounds ridiculous. It couldn't have been the same old lady, but I can't help but wonder. When a hunter becomes the hunted. I know this is a rather cliche statement. One I'm sure has been used many times before. But I'm going to present her experiences that I've lived through, or ones that have stayed with me for a very long time. Backstory, very short. I first became interested in ghosts, paranormal phenomena, and supernatural events maybe when I was 10-ish. I had read a book that really piqued my interest. The first years of my journey into this part of my life, at that time meant you went to your local library and looked through their indexes for anything you could find. What I did find was, just lackluster, boring, and, well, not helpful at all. My solution was to join a group and go out once to see what it was all about. Like many, I expected to see full-body apparitions and paint peeling off. Maybe things being thrown around. But no, nothing happened. Fast forward to about a year ago. My early experiences taught me to lower my expectations and to treat any location that has claims of haunting, could be experienced or meet the standards of tests that we use. All investigations should start without expectations. We in fact do not ask to be shown hotspots. We've done that for years. We've collected many cigarette smoke orbs, buzzing insects, or are eaten alive by mosquitoes. We've had some physical things like walking and knocking or banging. We've invited another group to join one night, and when they asked for a knock or a tap, it came almost immediately. As interesting as that sounds, we noticed one member missing. So we knew where the bangs were coming from, and no, we didn't give that group a hard time. Only had a good laugh. After investigations. Some long, quiet night we start at dark, depending on the season. We called the night at 4 a.m. and all that time, not once did I feel anything. No attachments, no odd feelings, no voices telling me to hop on one foot and yelling ow for an hour. Following a very active investigation, dark entity or possible demonic activity, we were spent by the time we picked up and left. Sometimes later I started noticing odd feelings when I was at home. Rooms that had never had any feeling to it became melancholy. I had a closet in the hallway and the door would open. I would just close them. And that happens, of course. I would close them and go on my way. The feelings in my home started to take on a very odd feeling. Like I walked into a room with people fighting. Like at times I could hear yelling. I got up to look and it stopped, and this continued for about a week or so. Every ghost hunter should have a good friend who's a medium, or can feel a presence around you or a location you live in. Long story short, she did find an entity, one I would identify as an imp. Not dangerous unless you try to chase it into a wall. They are mischievous little assholes, and their presence could mean a stronger force could come through. In my case, it did not. And I know this wasn't very exciting. However, one should always be careful when investigating or exploring. Things can wait in the dark, paranormal or human. Or things can wait in the dark, paranormal or human. I know of at least one investigator who was shot while in a homeless camp and he didn't know he was there. And another who spent 3 years in the hospital because of injuries he suffered from a location he dove too deep into. Always be sure if you should investigate. Just because you could not mean you should. What? You heard them. Dream of purgatory. Maybe. One of the strangest and most memorable dreams I had. I think it was purgatory, looking back. In my dream, I was in a city. It looked both old and new. It had shop windows that were dusty, and sort of anachronistic advertisements like the old Guinness beer murals. But it was in a modern environment. Had a huge air of neglect and emptiness, washed out colors. There's no one else there, so I thought. I found myself making my way to what I can only describe as a train station. It had seats and TV screens, dusty and fly-speckled. One of the seats staring at the screens was an obese man. He had an aura of gray about him. He was overweight and staring at the screen, wearing a dirty off-white t-shirt and baggy jogging trousers. I tried talking to him, but he didn't see me. He just stared at the screen. I felt waves of depression and apathy from him. I had the strongest feeling he'd passed away, with no one to mourn him. Some squalid bedsit somewhere. Next to the train station were steps going down like a subway. The stairs went down to a landing. Turned 90 degrees, then went down again. Repeated. It formed a square spiral. The stairway was choked with rebar, chunks of concrete and old trolleys. Almost impassable. From deep down below, spiky, many-limbed creatures. All angles, sharp teeth, and they were moving effortlessly. It was like spiders in a web. Perfectly suited to the environment. They radiated malevolence, an evil, demonic the space in between this and the next. I wonder if the man I saw wasn't somebody who passed and didn't know what he had. Anyway, I figured I'd share this dream with you all. My sleep paralysis demon bit me. I've suffered with sleep paralysis since I was a child. Throughout all my years of dealing with this, I've had some truly horrific experiences. However, the one I had a couple of days ago has been the worst one yet. I woke up not feeling the greatest. I was up a few hours, and after not feeling much better, I decided to lay back down. I was gonna just try to nap it off. I was turned to my side, facing away from her bedroom door on the far left side of mine and my husband's king-sized bed. I felt my body relax. I fell asleep rather quickly. Next thing I remember is slowly opening my eyes and seeing our bedroom wall. That and the door that leads to our bathroom, as the bathroom door was closed. I then tried to move and couldn't. As I've been through this many times, I was already mentally telling myself that, well, I was in sleep paralysis. I needed to focus on trying to move a little, such as wiggling my fingers, a tip I learned online. However, I'm already feeling scared, and I can feel my heart racing. I then hear the sound of our bedroom door open, then it closed behind me. That was as her bedroom door makes a very loud and distinct popping noise. I immediately thought that it was my husband coming in to check on me. Thought he'd be able to get me to snap out of this horror. That thought quickly vanished as I heard heavy stomping running around the bed until they stopped directly in front of me. I see a very large and tall black figure standing in front of her bathroom door. This is the same figure I encountered in almost all of my sleep paralysis experiences. I can never make out any features. Before I can register any other thought, the large figure lunges at me. I feel the heavy weight of this thing on my body, and it feels like it's crushing me, especially my ribs. As previously mentioned, I'm still laid on my side with both my arms pulled up and my hands are tucked underneath my pillow. By now, I've closed my eyes, trying so desperately to move. That's when I felt teeth burying into my ribs. I don't know how to truly describe the awful feeling. It's an intense feeling of pressure, pain, and almost a tickling sensation. And it's one of the worst things I've ever felt. At this point, I'm trying to thrash away and trying to scream. I'm just completely paralyzed. Feel like I have no air left in me, and I never am able to make a sound. I can literally feel this thing's mouth opening and closing in different spots along the side of my ribs. And at this point, I'm mentally screaming and pleading to snap out of it. Next thing I know, I sit straight up in my bed. My heart's racing. I'm broke out in a cold sweat, and I can still feel tingles in my ribs on my left side. After my eyes dart around the room and I find it to be completely empty, I lift up my shirt to inspect my side. The skin's not broken, but the whole left side of my rib cage is bright red. I've done a good amount of research on sleep paralysis, and I understand the scientific explanation for it. But waking up with physical marks from these experiences is brand new to me. I've had a ton of anxiety when it's bedtime ever since this. I find it a bit hard to believe there's nothing evil or demonic about these sleep attacks. I have giant red marks across my ribs as I talk to you. Wish it was demonic, though. Well, I take that back. I do not wish it was demonic. But then at least I could confront, or perhaps confront the reason. I encountered the lady of the bank. I have had many paranormal encounters over the years. I've find them fascinating and frightening sort of a way, if that makes any sense. This experience, however, was pure terror for me. For context, I need to explain our local legend. I'm from a tiny town. A tiny town you only know about if you live here, or close to here, or know somebody who is here. On the outskirts of this tiny town is where I live. This is also where a back road known as the Bank is. This road is extremely windy and narrow. The type of narrow that you have to lay over as far as you can on the rare occasion another vehicle is oncoming. It is surrounded by thick forest on one side and a steep bank that leads to the creek on the other. Local legend says about 60 or so years ago, a woman was traveling alone on this road late one night. It's believed that she fell asleep at the wheel, ended up going over the bank. Her car was found close to the creek. It was horribly mangled, and sadly, she or her body were never found. Some say she went through the windshield into the water. Others say she stumbled out of the car into the water. Regardless, it is believed that she met a watery grave. The creek in this area is said to be bottomless, and that's why she was never found. After this, there were many reports of others driving along this road after dark and seeing a woman standing along the side of the road, only to vanish when you would slow down. Others swore a woman would just appear in their car as they were driving solo down the dark road. There were so many tales of this ghostly woman. She became known as the Lady of the Bank. Jumping to a few months ago, I had attended a gathering at a building in this area. I was told there was a wreck on the main road, and the road was temporarily being blocked off. I was tired and just wanted to get home, though I felt horrible for those involved in the accident. I decided to take the bank instead, as it would take me past the accident and let me out just a couple of miles from my house, but mind you, I've driven this road many times before, mostly in daylight, a couple of times after dark, but never alone. Of course, I was told the stories of the Lady of the Bank, often enough, so this was all when I was growing up, but honestly, it wasn't in my mind this night. I had other stressing matters taking up my thoughts as I drove. I had my music playing at a low volume. I was carefully gliding through the curves. The only road-related issue I did worry about was hitting a deer. My thoughts were harshly interrupted by loud ding, ding, ding. My heart jumped to my throat as my eyes darted over to the inside of my car. That's when I noticed the seatbelt icon lit up, and I finally realized that it was the alarm that, well, somebody wasn't wearing their seatbelt. I was bum-fuzzled. I checked to make sure my seatbelt was securely wrapped around me and fastened in place. Just as the loud dinging started again, I once more glanced over to the passenger seat and nearly fainted. There was a figure in the passenger seat. All I really could make out in that split second I noticed them was long, dark, wet-looking hair, mostly covering the person's start off by saying I live in an earthquake-prone area, although earthquakes from the past few years have been less frequent. And not only that, they've been lower in magnitude. It was a busy day. I was tired to the point that I couldn't sleep even after getting in bed. So I just tried the ancient method of closing my eyes and pretending to sleep while facing the wall, which was only a few centimeters away from the bed. Not long after, I felt a sudden jolt, making me sway toward the wall sharply. My entire bed had moved toward the wall and hit it. If I were to describe what that felt like, I would say that a person ran and jumped into my bed. So my immediate guess was that this was an earthquake, one that had ended quickly. I quickly take my phone, and after checking and confirming that there wasn't an earthquake, I was left wondering what it was. I have a post here from months ago, and reading that, you know that, well, sleep paralysis is not a new thing to me. This one was different for me, though. I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't move. I could only hear the creaking of furniture and the whirring of my ceiling fan. So after a while, I realized I could move again. I just changed my sleeping position and tried to sleep, and was successful in doing so. In the morning, while having my tea, I remembered my bed being shoved to the wall. But for some reason, it was perfectly where it used to be. Well, now I wonder if I was just imagining things. Though I don't feel as if I was too tired to imagine this incident happened. What are your thoughts? Demon creature. I don't know how to start this, but one day about 6 years ago, I'm coming home from school. My routine had been to drop my bag off in my room and go outside. Now, the way my hallway is set up is at the end of the hallway is my brother's room. My room is on the left, walking toward it. On this day, he had left his door open. So as I go to drop my bag off, I see inside my brother's room. I see two transparent people, a man and a woman. They're talking to this creature. I call him 23 because I spoke to someone on a Ouija board and they said that was their name. I froze and I felt terrified. They all turned to look at me. They turned at the same time and faded away. Not too long later, I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like I was being watched. I looked up and I saw 23 standing at the foot of my bed. His head was almost touching the ceiling. I looked him up and down and said, "Nah, fuck this," and rolled over. I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because I distinctly remember moving. My house has always felt off. Since I was a kid, I've heard conversations when no one was there. I've seen a hand many times trying to grab me. I've also had very disturbing and detailed dreams. After moving out, these experiences have entirely stopped. I had a drawing ready to post, but I can't attach it. 23 is essentially a skeleton. He has pitch black skin, but there's no room for organs. It looks like he's wearing a white mask, huge bloodshot eyes, and a big forced smile. He looks angry, but anxious. It's hard to explain. He's about 7 feet tall with long, lanky limbs. My work is haunted. Mine too. So I think I've shared before that my house is haunted. But now I'm started to think my work is too. Cry face. I'm going to share a few experiences and also my best explanations for them. Because even though I believe in spirits and love having them around me, I always try to explain them away. My manager, let's call her Carly, and I were closing down the store. We had both just clocked out and started walking to the doors when we heard something that sounded like a person was inside the locked store and dribbling a basketball, which we just recently started selling. Carly was ahead of me and shouted, "Why are you doing that?" best explanation is that somebody was outside banging on the door. But we ran out the second the noise stopped, and no one was around at all. My other manager, we'll call her Mary, we were closing. I was closing up my register because I'm a cashier, and Mary was talking to me about something. But out of nowhere, a box of Slim Jims that we had at the register just fell to the ground. This one is obvious. It was probably just placed too close to the register. Or not. This one was just the other day, and it was me, Mary, and my coworker Sally. Sally was on her lunch break, so I had to open up my register and cover for her. As I'm helping people, I keep seeing somebody standing behind me out of the corner of my eye. I turn around thinking it was a customer to help, but no one was there. I played it off as just a person who was there, but left before I turned around, but they must have ran their asses out if that's the case. Now the one I really can't explain is looking around the registers for anything to fix when I saw candy on the bottom shelf. So it's not like gravity was pulling it down. It flew across the aisle. I just kind of put it back because, rude. But I want other people's opinions on this. Author's story. Okay, so something has been bugging me lately, and it's freaking me out to where I broke it off with the woman I was seeing. The one with the imaginary friend goblin that she swears up and down absolutely existed. So she finally got a new place after several years. Beautiful house that she had been saving up for and pays to stay there full time now. I was excited too because she was living in some slightly cramped apartments before this, making private time hard to come by. It's also too big for, just her and I, so I was supposed to actually move in to help rent, but not after these past few weeks. She settled in fine without me. I'm slightly jumpy even if it's somebody else's new place. My imagination can go to scary places. And again, she never understood how much her goblin encounter she claimed really happened really put me on edge. Third night I'm there, we crash late around 2, maybe 3 a.m. with some drinks. I wake up at around 4:30ish with her passed out and I gotta take a leak. The bathroom's right across her hall and lights on. I piss wash my hands. Excuse me. That needs a comma because that means a very different thing. But I'll just go with it. I piss wash my hands, hit the bathroom lights off when I hear it. It literally sounded like a limping dog walking around downstairs, but so subtle that I shake it off. I hop in bed and drift off and hear it again faintly. And she owns no pets for the record. This time growing louder till it seemed it was just at the bottom of the steps. I'm about to wake her when, boom, she sits up wide awake and screams, "No!" That's while she was crying faintly. I'm just staring at her and I just try to calm her down, asking what's wrong. She said that she must have been having night terrors, and it's normal when she first moves into so much space, begging me to move in with her as soon as possible. So I calm her down, deciding not to mention anything about what I heard to not exacerbate things. We're just sitting up chatting till sunrise. Now both of us are wide awake. 2 nights later, I'm back over. We do our usual late night drinking and some intimacy, then clock out. I wake up needing to piss hella bad again, and it's right around 4:30. She's not in bed. I head to the bathroom, piss, shut the bathroom lights off, and head toward the stairs. That's when I hear her downstairs talking, I assumed on the phone. I could make out her soft giggle saying, "I love my new place. Can't believe you're still around. I'm so happy that we, Sophie," I called out as I was heading down the steps. She suddenly jumps and runs towards me saying, "Oh my God, I thought you were out." "No, just had to pee. You coming back up?" I remarked. Yeah, I'm just finishing chatting with my old girlfriend from college and telling her about the house. I couldn't sleep. I'll be right up. Give me a few minutes. It's fine. Take your time. It's no big deal. At this point, how she was acting, I'm thinking she's seeing an old guy friend and starting to think too much about it laying in her bed. That's when I turn to my side and I see her phone is still upstairs right here. She has no spare. Wouldn't need one unless she really was lying to me, but I just can't fathom that she pretty much tells me everything. It's been a wonderful almost 2 years that we've been together. I want to confront her about it, but I can't, and the vibe is awful the next day and we're all just hanging out. She doesn't want to go anywhere, just stay inside, maybe watch movies or listen to music. She's not depressed though, actually. In almost a manic state, which she has in the past, but not like this. Her personality is completely different than I've ever seen it. We do our usual drinking to the night before crashing on her queen-size mattress. This time, I peed before I crashed, praying to just, sleep through the night. Suddenly, she's poking me to wake up at around 4:30 again. I'm a bit irritated. I was dead asleep this time. Why'd you wake me? What's wrong? I ask while I'm half asleep. She's out of the covers with her arms around her legs, rocking back and forth with a huge, playful grin. Well, I love you and I just want you to be able to play with me. It makes me feel younger. Are you high, Sophie? I asked, which is fine, as yeah, sometimes we indulge together, but nothing hard. She shakes her head no, and again she's acting really fucking odd, like I've never seen. No, I'd share if I wanted you, but how much I love you and I believe in you. Is that fucking it? I ask, half asleep and irritated to be woken by this shit. She gets a little bit upset and says, no, it's not it, I just want you to meet him. Thinking she's talking about some new guy friend, and I'm kind of a bit pissed, and I ask, meet fucking who, Sophie? Are you cheating? Oh my god, she exclaims. No, I just wish you'd meet Teekum. He's back. My heart sank and my stomach went into knots. No, I said. Smiling, she says, you're still scared. Why? He wants to meet you. Sophie, stop. I love you, but no more goblin talk, please. With tears in her eyes, she says, he said you'd be like this. It's okay. Good. I turn over and she turns to her side when at the foot of her bed, I see for just a second long, slender, green hands sticking out with nails black. They recede under the bed quickly as is seen. She is still pouting like a little child, and that's when I can't take it. I literally grabbed my keys and clothes still in my boxers, and I just drove off. I've not attempted to make contact with her since, nor can I explain or care to find out what happened those nights. Especially that last one. I seriously had to get this off my chest. I've barely been sleeping. And you're welcome to use it as a follow-up for the first one, where it's just old stories, but this is the last I'll likely ever talk about this event or her. I think you're missing out. Some people have baggage, this one has a goblin. Sounds better to me. Does anyone know what this could be? I recently moved in with my best friend and her family. I knew her house had some weird activity before. I've always grown up around it, so it didn't bother me. Although lately it's been getting pretty bad, but I'm not sure. We've been seeing this thing outside, and it doesn't really do anything other than make noise. The worst thing it did was shake the camper and poke my best friend's ex-boyfriend in the back when he was laying down on the porch. Recently, we've been seeing odd things. Like the first thing was a chunk of meat wrapped in newspaper that was left on the porch while we were still out there. out in the hunting blind, so we wouldn't, or rather we would have heard somebody come up the steps or had seen them walk by through the holes in the tent. Excuse that. It's winter and the meat wasn't frozen. It was clearly fresh and it wasn't there when we walked by the first time. Then after that, we had a friend over and we were just in the hunting blind again. We heard footsteps. At first, my best friend had her hand down one of the holes and something grabbed her hand. I brushed it off and reassured her it had to have been something else. At first, I said it was a big bug, or maybe she'd touched something else. We heard footsteps, but no one was out there with us. And later, we all heard a man's voice, and we all heard a different voice. Heard my best friend's dad, and my best friend heard her friend who was silently staring at us. And he just heard some guy. I yelled out to Dad that we could hear him, and insisted that he was going to jump out any minute. It didn't happen. We sat in silence and stared at each other. And we all heard a man's voice again, just whispering directly next to us. None of us were talking or even had our mouths open. We started freaking out at that point. We looked outside one of the tent holes to see the porch, and no one was there. The porch light turned on, and we had to ask our guy friend to literally jump up and down just to get the light to turn on. It's really old, and I know over the years it's been harder and harder to turn it on. We packed up our stuff in the tent and immediately went back inside. About 2 days ago, we found these large, and I mean large, footprints. They were by me and my best friend's bedroom window. We share a room at the moment and we don't have curtains anymore. There was only one set directly in front of the window. They weren't there originally, and we walked by to get to this hunting blind. They were long and thinner. They weren't like, I don't know, naked footprints. It was just shoe prints without actually any detail. We brushed it off and just went inside. Also, we just said that we need to get a new curtain as soon as possible. Things have always been happening, but they've never been this consistent unless something really bad was about to happen. And I will likely update this. And usually only these little things that would happen, like hearing the cats when they're asleep next to us or something. Or just footsteps and knocks outside. Even tonight we heard 3 knocks on the window or something. Does anybody know what this could be? Multiple people have seen a creature around our house, including me. The best way to describe it is as pale with human skin who looks like it has large animals forced into its human skin. I don't believe in skinwalkers, and I think it could be paranormal. We also see lights outside. Seems like it has the potential to be dangerous too, but I'm not sure. Another thing that happened was me and my roommate was messing with a Ouija board. I don't really believe they actually work. I was just joking around, had to spell out something stupid, then toss it off the bed to mimic a ghost throwing it. I never said goodbye. Later that night, I very clearly saw a little boy run into her aunt's room. I just ignored it and went outside to tell my best friend what happened. I've seen a little boy spirit before, but that's when I used to live with my parents, so I don't know if it's connected. Paranormal encounters that keep getting more consistent. I've always grown up around weird and unexplainable experiences. At my sister's graduation party, I had gone out to the swing set with this girl. It was just us two. Everyone else was still on the porch or inside the house, and we were pretty far away from everyone. We were shouting and screaming, trying to freak them out. We were trying to freak them out from where we were, since all we had was a light on, and at the time they didn't realize that we had gone there. It was more like manic laughter and witch voices, not actual screaming, so they would know for sure it was us. Still a scary thing for a group of cross-faded people to hear. Although I was fully sober at this party, so I know what I saw was real. I kept seeing something running around us in what I assumed was circles. I completely ignored it. Me and this girl started talking about getting my sister and her boyfriend at the time, now ex, thank God, to play a trick on the people sleeping in the camper, since we saw them head in for bed like the four of us had planned. Soon after, we saw a figure walk around the camper and shake it. We assumed that they got to it first and stayed where we were. Eventually, after maybe an hour or so, we were talking about heading back. It was around 2 or 3 a.m., maybe 4. We looked over and saw a tall human figure. It was walking around the pool. They were too tall and skinny to be anyone other than the girl that I was sitting with. We tried to think logically and assumed it was my sister's boyfriend. We decided to walk back. Once we got back on the porch, my sister's boyfriend ran up the steps toward us and started yelling at us for fucking with them. My sister got onto the porch and said that she watched us come off the swing set, so it couldn't have been us. Apparently, we saw what they saw, but someone was underneath the porch poking my sister's boyfriend in the back. And this story isn't something I witnessed, but it was my sister and her boyfriend, which we're going to call Evan. He at first didn't believe my sister about what was going on, and threatened whatever's been outside by saying that he was gonna touch it. Strange threat. He was way more detailed than that, but I don't feel like going into detail on what he told this thing. That's when they both saw it. It had somehow gotten up the porch and it peeked from around the corner of them. My sister said that she was so shocked and terrified at what she saw that she hardly put together the face of it. She just knows that it was pale and extremely skinny. Now for the stories from after I moved in. When I first moved in and was dropped off at the house, I was pretty much completely alone. I went down to the kitchen to get food. That's when I heard my sister's cat, Tesley, meowing. When I got to him, I still heard him meowing, but I was looking at him. He was not meowing or moving his mouth at all. Something told me not to look outside no matter what I heard. I stayed with him since I assumed that he'd be scared too. I went back into the room and I heard constant footsteps. I knew it wasn't the cats because I know what the cats all sound like, and it wasn't them. I used to sit on the porch at night every night until I would, without a fail, like every night hear things moving on the porch or something walking around even though I was completely alone. I would hear voices that I didn't recognize, but I just guessed I was hallucinating since, well, any hallucination I've ever had been team. Normally I would just hear conversation that I couldn't make out or something like that. They stopped after I moved out of my parents'. I'm assuming that they were caused from stress, so now I don't think it was just me hearing things. It started to get more consistent and obvious recently, like it doesn't care who sees it or hears it. It's like it wants us to do something. The scariest experience was when we were on the porch with a friend, who we were going to call Sean. We were in the hunting blind and we were smoking together, but I wasn't too high. Sean wasn't high at all, and I believe he has a much higher tolerance than my sister and I. We were talking about it, mocking it, and just joking around everything that we had seen. My sister just stuck her hand outside the tent and pulled it back in almost immediately while screaming that something had touched and grabbed her hand. We had just read this one. Anywho, I assured her it was just a bug or something. Better than the centipedes attacking my feet currently. If you ever hear me pause, that's because I'm terrified of getting stabbed again. Anyway, I assured her it was just a bug or something, perhaps a centipede. I wanted to believe it couldn't have been a creature. For a while, we just heard footsteps and such until we all heard a male's voice speaking to us. Can't remember what it said. I thought it was Dad trying to scare us. So I yelled out to it that we could hear it. Silence. It continued to insist it was just Dad messing with us. But nothing happened until we heard the whispering. Honestly, now that I think about it, it did sound a lot like Sean, but I was looking at him and so was my sister. She started crying because she heard the same thing I did, and so did he. He looked confused and terrified at the same time. He wasn't talking at all. After that, the light turned on without anyone being out there. And we've done jumping jacks just to get that light to turn on, and it barely works. Packed up everything and immediately went inside. Only a few days ago, we went outside to go into the hunting blind for our activities. We went out to the sliding glass door that time, and nothing was on the porch. And I know because I was trying to ice skate in the kiddie blow-up pool thingy, and I know for a fact it wasn't there before. Came back to go inside, and we stopped. Dead in the center of the porch was a chunk of fresh, raw meat wrapped in newspaper. We were on FaceTime with someone, and they also saw it. But he insisted that we must have missed it, but I know we wouldn't have. It had been snowing. We were outside long enough it would have started to get covered in snow. We went inside and asked my dad about it. We've absolutely no newspaper. No one in that house would have wasted meat for a prank. Especially a prank that didn't even get a scream out of us. The newspaper wasn't even wet either. Only maybe a day before that incident, we saw these large, and I mean large, footprints. They were right in front of her bedroom window after being on her way inside after hunting blind activities. No one's shoes looked like that. They were long and thin, like clown shoe feet or something. They didn't lead anywhere and there's no trail, just that one set. We just simply went inside and assumed we'd missed it. That's when we came out. Well, I know for sure that we didn't because I tried to grab my sign that fell by our window, but I decided to leave it since it was already covered in snow. My sister knows that they weren't there before either. Oh, and we don't have a curtain either. Very fun for us to find that. For some reason, all of this talk of snow makes me sad. I miss snow. The house isn't that old, but the property has a lot of history. I'm not entirely sure what I was told, but perhaps the property could be haunted because of all the horrible things that happened here. People have died in this house. Sometimes things do act up, like Thanksgiving night, for example. I was in the bedroom by myself. My sister was in the bath, and her nephew was trying to sleep on the couch. I heard the sound of someone walking in and out of the house, doors opening and shutting. Just a whole lot of strange things. Her nephew heard it too, claimed that he had seen things staring through the window watching him sleep. We don't talk to him about what we've seen, but he described exactly what we have. And this was like multiple times, honestly. But my sister said that she heard somebody knock on the door and her younger sister shout, "Mom." And Mom was clearly asleep on the bed. She wouldn't have done that since it could wake her up, and this was around midnight since she texted me about it when it happened since at first. saying goodbye. Later that night, I saw a little boy running into her aunt's bedroom. Went outside to tell my sister what I saw, and I didn't have anything happen related to that kid after that. We randomly get a strong feeling that we're getting watched or not to look outside or into the yard. I've never been afraid of the dark, and I've had this feeling before with my parents, so I'm not sure what else to think or feel. That's all I have for now. I might update if anything else happens. I feel like I miss the snow. I bet you the people in the snow don't miss the snow. Late night at the pizza shop. When I was in college, a couple decades ago, I worked at a mom-and-pop pizza shop. As you entered the main dining area from outside, you could see the sales counter, the door into the kitchen as well as the hallway into the restroom. It always felt like someone was watching me from the restroom area. But I assumed that it was just something about the mood or the declarations putting me slightly on edge. It was darker than the dining area, so maybe the transition from a light to dim environment was what did it. Over time, I started to see that customers would keep glancing that direction, just like the employee would. We had a few regulars who formed friendly relationships with a lot of the employees. I'd asked one of them why he kept looking toward the restroom. He told me that he felt somebody was watching him from there. That experience confirmed for me that whatever it wasn't just me or my comments dating the perceptions of other employees. But nothing ever came of it. Back in the kitchen, I always felt like I was being watched from above, as if something was clinging to the ceiling and looking down at me, or like something was peering in through the tiny window at the door leading into the alley behind the shop. We really only went back there to take out the trash, or maybe when my coworker wanted to smoke, and I never had anything bad happen back there. One night, I'm in the kitchen prepping a batch of dough. That's while a coworker made pizzas in the front of the shop. Out of nowhere, the hair all over my body stood up, and I felt extremely afraid. Nothing had happened. I had no reason to be afraid, but I was terrified. I'm a bit ashamed that I went into the pizza-making area and asked the other guy to trade places with me. I made pizzas for the rest of the night. My coworker finished prepping the dough and cleaning up the kitchen. But that night creeped me out pretty badly. Never felt random fear like that before, and I've not felt it again since that night at the pizza shop. I realized that this could all just be caused by some weird mental state I was in at the time, and that the environment could have just been a bit creepy, causing others to respond to it as well. But after so many years with little to no similar experiences, I still wonder if anything supernatural was happening in that shop. Boy, do I miss pizza. I'm tired of the son of a bitch in my house. Parenthesis, rant. The house was blessed. My then boyfriend, now fiance, moved in. Or, as I've come to address it, he stopped bothering us. I'm now 23 weeks pregnant, and 3 weeks ago, he came back to annoy the shit out of me. I was 20 weeks pregnant with my first daughter. That's when I first encountered him, and now he's come back to be an invisible pain in my behind. Don't mind me sounding like a woo-woo here, but these things don't scare me. I'm used to not feeling alone in completely empty rooms. I grew up with the paranormal activity, and so I'm tolerant of it, as long as there is peace. However, in this instance, he is truly trying me, spiritually and mentally. It started with hearing my nickname being called at unholy hours of the night. Spooky, absolutely, but I still slept like a baby. My stuff going missing, then magically reappearing in bizarre, how did you get here, places, and appliances randomly breaking out of nowhere. this was irritating, but I prayed over the house, did the whole shebang and everything, and it stopped. Well, for all of one night. Then, at 3:30 a.m. one night during a bathroom trip, bang bang! Loud-ass thud bangs in my roof like a burglar or something was trying to find a way in somehow. I don't know, that's just where my mind went. Naked and afraid, I tried to sneakily peek through my curtains to see if I can find any shadows and alert the appropriate people of criminals. But nothing. Even had my mother check the property cameras in that general area the next morning, and nothing. Okay. Maybe it's the entity trying to spook me. Very funny. Whatever. Skip a night and we're back to 3:30 a.m. bathroom venture. Specifically, coming back from one, and well, I'll explain my house layout loosely so you understand my thought process. Bathroom leads right out into my living room. The front door basically inside my living room. So walking back to my room from the bathroom, put my back directly facing the front door, which has a rectangular stained glass window in the top middle of it. Now again, I'm walking back to my room. 3:30 a.m. Bang. Very loud bang on the bottom half of my front door. I freeze, naked and afraid again. I immediately turn around in fear that there's a burglar watching me from the window and he's kicked my door because, duh, nobody makes a sound like this at 3 a.m. looking through people's doors and windows. I fear for my life that somebody saw me and now wanted to break into my house. I look and nothing. I sneakily peek through curtains and also nothing. My mother again checked the property cameras. One faces my front door directly and nothing. Now I'm pissed. I'm not even afraid. To me, this thing is way less scary than someone trying to break into my house. Its only effect is somehow it tends to induce irrational anger and frustration between my partner and I. And also my daughter's nightmares, which are constant. And kind of severe enough that she is full-on hyperventilation and anxiety and panic attacks before sleep. And then, when she wakes up from a nightmare, I could ignore it if you would just basically leave my daughter alone, but clearly he knows this is the only way to irk me, to mess with my child. Before writing this post, I broke out the whole water, blessed my toddler, my fiancé, and even the cat before going out of my room and demanding it get out of my house, and telling it that it had no place in my daughter's dreams or even in this house. First time I wrote about this was 2023. I truly was afraid. I had never experienced something directly trying to affect me before. Now I'm used to it. I'm tired of its antics and I'm done with its shit. It's got no place in my house, within my family, or around my unborn daughter. For all of you listening out there,